Hello and welcome to the Beacons Ice Arena here for Day 2 of the 51st Annual Codfish Bowl. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher. We've got the Consolation game, UMass Boston back there for a second consecutive season as the 5th-ranked Beacons were upset yesterday 3-2 by SUNY Brockport. On the other side, they face a Johnson & Wales team that's still looking for their first ever Codfish Bowl title, but at 3-4, they're looking to even up that mark. And Matt, when you look at yesterday's contest, the Beacons widely outshot SUNY Brockport, but it's another instance of a team coming in here getting great goaltending. We've seen that a lot over the years. The Beacons have been a bit jinxed in their own tournament and getting those timely goals, something the Beacons couldn't get despite having 51 shots in the game.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and we've seen this time and time again where UMass allows the opposing goaltender to sort of get into a rhythm. Early on in the game, they were testing him. There were some secondary opportunities they couldn't finish, and because of that, later in the game, Rockhurst of Brockport was able to finish the game 50 shots on goal, 48 saves, just played outstanding the entire night. Once you as a goaltender, you get into that type of rhythm, it makes it more and more harder for the offense to generate any type of opportunities that are going to result in a goal. So tonight, they're going up against another goaltender in Balmer who's very, very talented. We'll show you the stats in a minute, but it'll be a test for them. This is going to be no slouch of a game.
Yeah, Joey Balmer coming in with 3 shutouts. That's tied for first with 3 other goalies, 2 of whom the Beacons are very familiar with. First, though, we'll take a look at the highlights from yesterday's game. The Beacons falling 3-2, a late goal coming with about 2 minutes to go to give SUNY Brockport a spot in today's championship game.
Cut the mid-range, drop the bass.
And welcome back to the Beacons Ice Arena. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher. We'll take a look right now at the all-time series. These teams have met in the past in the Codfish Bowl. In fact, back in 2013, the Beacons actually defeated Johnson & Wales in the championship game. UMass Boston has never lost to Johnson & Wales, 5-0, outscoring them 26-14. But this is the Johnson & Wales team with an all-conference goalie and 2 defensemen back from game misconducts. The team struggled yesterday, allowing 5 goals, including a fluky game winner to Westfield State, who will be in the championship game. But this team has just as much motivation as the Beacons to get a win today and to kickstart their second half.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and over recent years, this has become somewhat of a rivalry. UMass Boston, even back when I was playing, we would see them at least once. Sometimes, I remember one season, we played them 3 times in 1 year with one tournament. So, obviously a team that knows each other, pretty well, and you look at, Zach Andrews is going to get the go tonight, and he had 31 saves on 32 shots previously. So, obviously, Coach Blyle sees something tonight that he likes, and he's going to want to go with, the goaltender that's going to get him a win. They need a W. Not to say Faust played terrible yesterday, but he wants to go with the goaltender that kind of had, success with this team in the past, and Andrews is going to get the go.
We'll take a look at the team statistics right now. Johnson & Wales, a very good defensive team with Joey Balmer, net 2.42. The Beacons, the number 5 ranked team in the nation. Not surprising, their stats are a little bit better. But Matt, one thing to watch today, special teams. The Beacons have done a really nice job this season with a team that's maybe not as offensively potent of limiting their penalties. This Johnson & Wales team, it's a little bit inflated because of that game with 3 game misconducts, but that's a lot of penalty minutes, averaging 33 combined penalty minutes per game in the contest they play.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the goals per and the goals against. Obviously, UMass is going to have that 4.17 is very high, but you look at the special team, so you mentioned the penalties. I mean, 16-9, even though it is somewhat inflated, obviously both these teams with a little bit of a physical edge, and then the shots per game. This is a team that is fairly close. Usually UMass is way up in the shots per game, but you look at Johnson & Wales with 38 a game. That's comparable to what UMass is putting up. So expect this game to be a lot of shots on goal and have a strong physical aspect to it as well.
We'll take a look at the team leaders right now, and obviously the Beacons' top line has been phenomenal this season. We wondered who would step up with the loss of Peter McIntyre and Stephen Mucco, and it's been the combination of Matt Lemire, Colin Larkin, and Frankie DeAugustine, who's one of those 3 players with 6 goals. On the other side for Johnson & Wales, it's been a really nice combination, a 1-2, you could even say, between Ben Brouillard and Connor Bates at the top with their 13 and 12 points. Got to watch them starting the second game. They've got some really nice players on their top line.
Yeah, the Bates kid is just a flat-out playmaker. You see him there, 9 goals, 13 points overall, and the thing I'm seeing with UMass, we saw DeAugustine step up yesterday. We've been waiting for it all year. He had 2 goals, had a chance to actually tie the game and get the hat trick. He ended up missing the net, but you see the 2 seniors, Lemire and DeAugustine, are leading the team, and then followed by Santa Pass and Larkin, who have put forth their effort. We're going to need more out of both of them today.
We'll take a look right now at the goalie matchup. We mentioned both of these guys. Zach Andrews has been the backup this season, but has some great stats. Looking to move to 3-0. Joey Balmer last season went into the postseason second in the nation in save percentage at .952. He's got 2 of his best defensemen back. It's going to be a big test for UMass Boston. And Balmer's stats, very good this season. He's seen the majority of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Balmer is a goaltender that Coach Blyle is well aware is a guy that can steal you the game. He's got huge size, and Andrew's a guy that's, again, not really a backup, more like a 1A. He puts up great numbers. You see him with a 93 and a 1.5. So the numbers are there, but he's going up against a goaltender, Balmer, who's fully capable of stealing a hockey game.
We'll take a look right now at our player to watch, and it's a guy we haven't seen since early on in the season, Jeremy Finger. Talk a little bit more about his importance, not just the numbers, but bringing a little bit of additional size to take some of the pressure off guys like Zach Lindsay and Garrison Sanitac.
Yeah, absolutely. Finger's the type of guy, you mentioned the size, he's the type of guy that can get in front of the net and get you those greasy goals. It's something that UMass has been missing of late. In terms of size, obviously, UMass has some guys that can really, pack on the pounds, that hit the weight room pretty hard, but, Finger's the type of guy that can play both ends. If the situation calls for him to play more defensively in this certain type of game, he will. If they need the offensive side, he can do that as well. Look for him to be a little bit rusty. I'd expect him to have a few shifts where he needs to get his feet back, but he's inserted into the lineup, and I know he's ready to go.
Finger missing 9 games with a finger injury, a little bit ironically, but good to have him back. The Beacons hope to have Albie Daly, their captain, back next weekend. Take a look right now at the Johnson & Wales starters before we get the national anthem. Johnson & Wales will go with 2 of the guys we talked about as the forwards, Ben Brouillard, Connor Bates, and Fran Mackin, the third guy, Michael Mazzata and Matt Lanziolotti. Mazzata, an all-conference player a year ago. He's back. He was one of the players who had the DQ, and of course, Joey Balmer. We'll play you the Beacon starters, and then we'll get a commercial break before we have the keys to the game and the opening puck drop.
Connor Mistravik, senior forward, Philadelphia, PA.
My name is Mike Thompson. I'm from Reading, Massachusetts, and I'm a freshman forward.
Zachary Lindsay, junior forward, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey.
Tyler Bishop, junior defenseman, Ramsey, New Jersey.
My name is Brian Carter. I'm from Hudson, Massachusetts, and I'm a freshman defenseman.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue. Division III athletics afford students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Come on, Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal Layden. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
And welcome back to the Beacons Ice Arena. My name is Seth Orensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher. We saw the Beacons' fourth line getting the start. You said they played well yesterday in the top line. A couple of changes in the second and third line with Jeremy Finger back up, Mike Miller moving up, and Drew Ganymede giving off his first game. We'll take a look at our keys to the game, but I think it sort of factors in some of the things we saw the Beacons struggle at yesterday, trying to change up the lines to see more of that today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first one's pretty obvious, right? You need 4 lines rolling if you're going to win a hockey game. It was tough yesterday. A lot of that burden on the first and fourth line. So obviously, get that second and third line in the game. Puck to the net faster. We saw a lot of perimeter shots from UMass yesterday. They didn't really have a good time getting it in front of the net, trying to jam it home. So put that puck to the net, get some of those greasy goals, and then defense needs to be there for 60 minutes. We saw some lapses. The breakout just wasn't effective yesterday. Defense needs to step it up across the board.
Yeah, one thing to watch for today, Johnson and Wells has struggled in the first period, -3 on the season, even in the second, +11 in that third period. Or +13, I should say, 21-8. That's the period the Beacons hopefully need to have a lead in and make Johnson and Wales play from behind. The Beacons in their white home uniforms with blue stripes and blue numbers going from left to right on your computer screen. Johnson and Wales in their road navy blue uniforms, the white numbers and the white Wildcat on the left shoulder, as it'll be Mike Thompson, the Beacons freshman center out of North Reading, taking on Connor Bates. Bates wins it back, and it's immediately lost at center ice. Coming back to get this one is Tyler Bishop. He's out there on the defensive pair with Brian Carter. Sends it the length of the ice. This should be an easy icing. And 13 seconds in, we will get our first stoppage. And we'll take a look at the Beacons head coach. Take a look at Peter Belisle, or we were trying to. Belisle in his 10 seasons with the Beacons, 131 and 102. As that shot is knocked off the body there of Tyler Bishop. Coming over to get it is Zach Lindsay. Lindsay out there with Thompson and Connor McStravick. Thompson controlling here on the near side. Thompson shifts the shot wide, but right to McStravick. Shot in the net is off its moorings, but that's a nice little move where Thompson and McStravick, knowing where the other one's going to be, and getting an early look on goal.
Yeah, this line played well yesterday. Saw a lot of spark from him. McStravick was all over the puck. And you see there Thompson just throwing one on net. Shots, it's almost like a pass. You shoot it wide on purpose, try to go back door on it. McStravick was there, but Ballmer was up for the task.
Beacons will send the top line out here as Johnson and Wales' top line is still out there. Off the one draw, it's set out towards center ice. Carter struggling with a chance for a 2-on-1. Left off, and the pass just behind. Mackin was looking there for Ben Brouillard. Brouillard had a goal yesterday for Johnson and Wales in a rather wacky game against Westfield State. The Beacons have a chance for a 2-on-1. Larkin controlling, leaves it for DeAugustine. Couldn't get the shot off. A nice job on the back check.
Need Larkin to shoot that puck there.
As the Beacons, a couple times yesterday, were just a little too hesitant, maybe trying to get the nifty goal rather than the hard-working goal. And it cost him in a 3-2 loss. DeAugustine looking to leave it for Lemire, who didn't get back. And coming back to get it in his own zone is Gabe Chukrin. Chukrin leaving it behind for Crawford. Had been too strong on that one. Sent towards the center, and it's Lemire knocking it down. Hard shot from the point, and it's Zach Andrews forced to make his first save off a good look from Luke Nichols.
Yeah, that was a nifty little shot there off the blue line. Just kind of laid out there. Nichols was blasting it on net and almost caught Andrews napping, but he's able to squeeze the legs together. Covered up for a whistle.
Nichols, another one of those players who was suspended for yesterday's game, the senior D out of Chicago, Illinois. Beacons will send out the second line. It's Colucci, Sanapass, and today Mike Miller joins them. So two seniors in the Beacons' most high-profile freshmen. Sanapass tied for second on the team with his 6 goals, along with DeAugustine. and Larkins. The puck's lost behind the net. It's Colucci with it. The assistant captain shot, and it looked like it got knocked out off the defenseman off the stick of Mike Miller. And Colucci tries to keep it in, unable to do so. Still fighting for it along the blue line, and it's brought away there by Alan Boozer. Boozer takes a big hit from Mike Miller, and he'll head off along with the rest of his line mates as the Beacons control their own blue line. Miller ahead for Colucci. Colucci tries to slow it down, but it's a nice job back checking by Nicholas Pezza this time. Pezza being pressured on the puck there by a pair of Beacons. Sanipass fighting for it behind the net, still working for it. And Johnson and Wells will have a chance to get it out of the zone. That time it was a nice play by Pezza once again. Puck loose on the far side. Sanipass from the circle, sends a shot deflected high and wide. Back to the near side, Colucci bangs into the boards, joined by Bishop, over to Sanipass. Sanipass centering pass, but no one's home. And it'll go all the way back into the Beacons zone where Brian Carter controls. Carter with a little bit of forecheck pressure, forced to turn as Greg Stoltz got in there. And now it's a nice move from David McGregor, the freshman out of Azusa, California, to get out of trouble. The Beacons bring it to the near side, where it's sent into the zone by Jeremy Finger in his first shift here of 2016. Played in just 2 games in first semester after being a regular in the Beacons lineup his first 3 seasons, but was injured in the Beacons' 3rd game of the year. Beacons glad to have him back. Controlled here by Johnston Wells. Mackin trying to get through a double team, and he'll draw the penalty against Bishop. Johnston Wells still controlling, 3-yard out to the point. The goalie is off. Back to the near side. Looking here for Brett Kangas. Shot, and Andrews makes the save. And now the Beacons will go to the PK.
Yeah, almost a necessary penalty there. That was kind of a 50-50 play. I think, Bishop's trying to make a play on the puck there, just interfered just a little bit too much with the forward, and he's going to get called for interference there. This is going to be interesting. Obviously, UMass with a couple good back-to-back shifts. Already saw Colucci, Miller with a little bit more energy than they had last night. But that's good to see. But here you have it. Penalty kill early on, 16:53 left in the first period. Early opportunity for J-Wu.
Johnson and Wells has a great power play, 23.4%, 15 of 64, 15 power play goals going into the weekend in just 10 games. Very impressive. The Beacons, though, have been dominant on the PK. 25 of their past 26 PKs have been successful. Johnson Wells controls the near side, shot a little bit high and wide off the stick of Jonathan Ruiz, who scored last night. Puck behind the net, going after it is Ruiz, and Gabe Chucker for the Beacons. It's lost in the circle, still loose. The Beacons trying to clear, they will do so as Matt Lemire out there with Connor McStravick. Lemire still fighting for it, and he sends it into the zone. He went one-on-one there with Aaron Arm, another player who was not available yesterday. Puck to the far side, giving a little bit of pressure there is Demchuk out there with Lemire, and it's brought into the zone by Brouillard. Brouillard still with it, looking to slow it down, and it's a big hit coming there from Matt Lemire, and the Beacons get the clear.
Yeah, it was incidental contact, but it's still, nevertheless, a huge hit by Lemire. He's able to clear and get a line change.
Minute to go on the power play, 15:50 to go in this first period of the Consolation game. Westfield State and SUNY Brockport will play in the championship game. Westfield State trying to make it a perfect 4-for-4 in their Codfish Bowl appearances. SUNY Brockport trying to stay perfect as well, but they're in just their first one. Mackin, the player who drew the penalty, getting pushed into the boards there by Garrett Gallagher. Gallagher had a very strong game yesterday. 6 blocked shots for the freshman out of Aston, Pennsylvania. Behind the net, it's controlled by Brett Mason, the junior out of Raleigh, Mass. Finds Tyler Bishop, but it goes off the back of his skate. Chancing side for Connor Bates, who can't control it. Bates is the player to watch on this power play. 5 of his 9 goals have been on the power play this season. Tied for 4th in the nation. 20 seconds to go. Time for one more rush, as it's Matt Lanzalotti with it for Johnson Wales in his own zone. Finds Mackin. Mackin dumps it in, giving chase is Bates. Chuckman's there first, and he'll tip it over to Andrew Crawford, and will find a way to get out of the zone.
Yeah, and that'll about do it. Another good penalty kill for UMass. I saw 6 different forwards being used there, so that's great to see. Obviously, different guys playing different roles. Nice job by UMass on the kill.
Pass a little bit too strong there to the near side. Chuckman unable to get it out, still fighting for it, and it's a nice job diving in there by Kangas to get it out of the zone. It's McStravick losing the puck for an instant, sends it behind his own net. Andrews wisely comes out, and Andrews will slip it over the near side as the Johnson Wales player was going to get there first. Shot a little bit wide once again from Kangas. Kangas has looked good in the early going, the senior out of Williamstown net. Coming back to get this one is Chuckman. Chuckman has a player out ahead. That's Finger, couldn't control it. Kangas from the circle, still slipping through. Got taken down there potentially by Finger. No call coming. Puck still loose as a Johnson Wales player lost his stick, and now Finger's going to draw the penalty. The Beacons still have it. Now McGregor has it come off his stick, and the Beacons will get their first look.
Yeah, clear slash there on Finger. I'm surprised there was a little bit of delay. Coach Bly was about to lose his mind if he didn't get that call, but a nice job by Finger to continue to push that puck out. Just before that, McStravick had 2 opportunities to clear that puck. The first time he ended up going back. You always want to be going north with the puck, especially when you're trying to get rid of the pressure, and then again on a secondary opportunity, still failed to get it out. He needs to be harder on the puck, but a nice job by Finger to draw this penalty and a nice power play opportunity for UMass.
Yeah, UMass Boston struggled on the power play as of late, 2 of 23. Still a very respectable 20+% on the season, though, as it's going to be Andrews playing it over for Chucker in 1:50 to go. Out there for the Beacons, it's Larkin with the puck, joined by Lemire, DeAugustine, Chuckering, and Bishop. Lemire with it, bringing it to his own shot, and it's knocked away by Balmer. The Beacons haven't had many looks over the past 5 minutes. Puck is loose right along the Johnson-Wales bench. 2 Beacons, 1 Johnson-Wales players there. Floats out to DeAugustine, looking to find Lemire backdoor, and it's broken up there by Lancelotti. It's Lemire on the far side with 1:25 to go. Lemire has it to circle, leaving it back for Bishop. Bishop up top, waits, shoots, Balmer the save, and it's poked out back to the near side where Bishop keeps it in. Bishop, D-to-D pass, now back to the near side as Chucker quickly got it rid of it. DeAugustine over to Colin Larkin, the younger brother of Dylan Larkin, a member of the Detroit Red Wings. DeAugustine right in front, unable to put home the rebound as Balmer has already made 3 saves on this power play. Up top, Chuckering. Out wide for DeAugustine. DeAugustine looking Chuckering. The shot doesn't get anything on it. It goes well wide. DeAugustine right back to Chuckering with 50 seconds to go. Chuckering's pass is broken up, and it'll be cleared out of the zone by Lancelotti.
Nice power play so far. Good puck movement. Johnson and Wales is going extremely aggressive. They're attacking the puck carrier each time in the zone. Very aggressive on the penalty kill. UMass is trying to counter that with fast puck movement.
He can bring up the second unit. Colucci's shot is knocked down, kept in. That attempted clear nearly went right into the slot, and it's cleared once again. It's the Beacons' second unit of Carter, Mason, Colucci, Miller, and Santa-Pass out on the ice with 18 seconds left. Out ahead for Colucci. Colucci to the near side for Miller. The second line along with the starting deep pairing as Miller got taken down, but not enough for a call, and it's cleared once again. A really nice job there by Drew Carafiles. So that'll do it for the Beacons power play. Both teams 0 for 1 here. We're just 8 minutes into this consolation game. The Beacons trying to avoid another 0 for in their own tournament. They won back-to-back, but heading into the 50th Codfish Bowl, lost their opener against Connecticut College, tied against Hamilton College, and now the Beacons dropped their second game of the season yesterday, a 3-2 loss to SUNY Brockport. Chance to clear, and it will come out towards center ice as it's controlled here by Brouillard. Brouillard will put it all the way around the boards, and the first player to it will be Garrison Santa-Pass. Santa-Pass trying to get it out. A nice job to keep it in there by Nicholas Pezza. All the way to the far side. That's Zachary England. Coming away with the puck for the Beacons is Carter, but it doesn't get it out. Once again, it's England. Down low for Pezza. Pezza has a player at the slot asking for the puck, and he'll find him. That's Mizzata. Mizzata whips from the shot. Pressure coming from Miller, and Miller will get it out, but just barely. Puck dumped back in. Either team taking changes on this occasion. Mason all the way around looking for Miller, finds him. Miller, round 1 defender, but it's lost at center ice, and it's picked back up by Mizzata. Mizzata around the boards. First player to it will be Gallagher. Gallagher getting some pressure from Ryan Shetty. Puck is loose. Miller tries to bat it over from McStravick. Loose right along the blue line. Big hit from Gallagher there. Now stick is being held, and he finally pulls it free. Got an icing here. 10:37 to go. Matt, the Beacons, couple good chances, but already, you hate to say, but maybe Joey Balmer's getting a little bit more confidence, where Zach Andrews, we've talked about it with him earlier this season. When you're not getting a lot of shots on you, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, without a doubt, but Balmer's had a few good saves. I haven't really seen Jay Wu test Andrews yet. Balmer had 2 nice saves on the power play with DeAugustine right on the doorstep, and you know, we talked about in the pregame, Balmer's ready to play today. It's going to take a lot to beat him.
So Garrett Gallagher down along the boards with a couple other players, and it's going to come out of the zone. As Gallagher couldn't get back up, and we'll get a face-off coming just outside the zone with 10:22 to play in this first period. There's a lot of parallels between last year and this year. The Beacons last season, 10-0-0, their best start in program history, lost the opener in stunning fashion. Matt, how much of this can possibly be attributed to having that 3-week break and not only maybe losing some of your momentum, but losing some of your legs.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. You're expected to do things as a player, even while you're on break, to maintain some activity, maintain a heart rate. Now, it's kind of on your honor, obviously. There's no one watching you, so you can usually tell some guys who do and some guys who don't, but there's a nice opportunity for UMass.
Yeah, it's Bishop looking for the backhand shot, knocked down off the stick of Luke Nichols. How much more difficult does it make it with the Beacons having so many players not from New England? A lot of players from California, Florida, who maybe don't have the chance to skate consistently because there's just not that many rinks around their area.
Without a doubt, there's a variety of things you can do. It really starts with the senior leadership. If the seniors are demanding it, chances are the freshmen and sophomores are going to follow suit.
Bishop finds DeAugustine. DeAugustine looking for Larkin, goes all the way around for Connor Bates as Matt Lemire was in there as well. And it's sent out to the Beacons blue line where Andrew Crawford will play it backwards here for Gabe Chuckridge. DeAugustine leaving it for Lemire. Bates does a nice job of getting in the way of that pass, and it comes back to the point for Aaron Arm. Arm trying to send a pass all the way in. Andrews is going to be forced to play this one. He'll send it off the board right into the path of Mackin. Mackin around looking for Brouillard. Then it comes all the way back for Brett Kangas. Fighting forward is Chuckrin and able to come away with the puck. Chuckrin needed a pass for Crawford. Kept in here by Aaron Arm. Brouillard going with it with Chuckring all the way out, and it comes all the way out. It's a chance for Connor McStravick. He has Kangas behind him. McStravick in, and a big save from Balmer off the pads as it's up into the netting. We saw Matt Lemire yesterday with the breakaway chance late in the third. This time McStravick with the best look of the first period.
Yeah, miscue at the blue line, and neither defenseman touched the puck. McStravick was off to the races. He's one of the fastest guys on the team, so that's the guy you want if there's a loose puck. He was gone effectively and was able to get a shot off, blocker side on Balmer, tried to test him high. Balmer was up for it. Puck was deflected out of play.
Beacons will keep the fourth line out there. Lindsey, Thompson, and McStravick who tries to chase this one down. McStravick, more of a defensive forward. He's always out there on the PK, but has great speed and has some goal-scoring abilities. Unable to beat Balmer there. That's an easy shot for Andrews to save, but Johnson Wells keeps it in. 8:22 to go in this first period. We're still scoreless in this consolation game. Nice job by Mason to keep Alan Boozerl on the boards, and the Beacons trying to clear. Lindsey unable to, but he gets it back, and now he has center ice. Lindsey with one player to his left, and McStravick trying to keep it himself. He'll take it below the goal line, and the Beacons will get a change. Lindsey still fighting for it against Michael Mazzata, and it's brought out. Colucci takes an awkward little shoulder, and Johnson Wells will get a change. Bishop doesn't get much on that attempted dump, as the first player through it is Lance Alati. And it comes out to Bishop, kept in with the blade. And this time it'll be flipped out and into the glove of Bishop, who backhands it right back in. The Beacons will have to touch up. Lanzalotti with it. A little bit of pressure here from Garrison Santapras, the very impressive freshman out of Northbrook, Illinois. Brought back to the Johnson and Wales zone, and it'll be set up, and that'll be touched just right at center ice by Greg Schultz. He's coming back to get it as Bishop, leaving it for Carter. Miller trying to find a cross-ice pass, finds Santapras. Colucci, the trailer. Santapras takes a little bit of a hit, still fighting to get after it, as Pez is the first player to it, and Johnson and Wales will take a turn. Near side, it's Schultz. Schultz trying to get a shot through traffic. Difficult save for Andrews, but he manages to find it. Still controlled by Johnson and Wales. They keep it in. Miller, another big hit from Mike Miller, who does have a mean streak in him, and it's Colucci with it. Colucci sends it in. Paddle save there by Balmer, and Johnson and Wales controls with 6:49 to go in the first. Johnson and Wales sending it through. Beacons with a miscue. It's Brouillard. 1-0 with the goalie shot. Score!
Yeah, total miscue there on the defensive side. Total miscue. You see there, you got Chuckrin and Crawford who just come off the line change. I don't know how they didn't detect the forward on the blue line. Direct pass on the stick. A nice pass coming out of the zone across from the D zone through the neutral zone, right on the tape, and for a small breakaway, he's able to put it under the bar. Andrews wasn't able to get it to a glove side, but that's a bad miscue there for Crawford and Chuckrin. I don't know how that player was able to get onto the blue line undetected.
Yeah, that's Ben Brouillard's 5th goal of the season, tied for 2nd on the team. He's now tied for the team lead with his 13 points. We'll get to the assist in a moment, and Zach Andrews didn't really have much of a chance. So the assists go to Luke Nichols and Greg Soltez. As Nichols back in the lineup today, and he has a nice play. Gallagher flips it towards the net, but wide, as the Beacons will send their third line out. Funny bounce out in front, chance for the turnaround, and Finger couldn't quite get his stick down in time. A nice job of the defenseman. Demchuk gets pushed off the puck. A nice play by Connor Bates. The first line stays out there for Johnson and Wales as they look for a second one. The Beacons trailing for a second consecutive day. This time it took nearly 15 minutes. But the Beacons didn't trail that many times in the first semester. They've now trailed 2 days in a row here on home ice. Beacons get a change. Johnson and Wales looking to get it out. Bishop breaks up the pass. Now the pass coming back for Bishop, and he fights for it. Nice job by Jonathan Ruiz to break it up, and the Beacons forced to bring it back towards their own blue line, where Carter will dump. DeAugustine couldn't quite find it out of his own glove, and now we'll go to the far side where Johnson Wells has numbers, with Aaron Arm the first player to it. Arm, cross-ice pass right onto the stick there of Ruiz. Ruiz to the far side, onto the stick of Steven Mercado, and the Beacons get a fortunate whistle as Andrews had the puck slip right through, but the whistle had already blown.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes as a goaltender. You try to get your glove on it real quick and ends up moving just a little bit more, and that puck was loose in the blue paint. Had a Johnson Wales player been there, it would have been an easy tap-in, but down 1-0 here, 5:15 left in the first period. It'd be nice to see if UMass can test Balmer at least 1 or 2 more times before the end of the period.
Larkin battling for the puck, gets it over to Lemire, and the Beacons had the early chances. Since then, their only really good look has been Connor McStravick's breakaway chance that Balmer was able to make the save. 2-on-1 chance for Johnson Wells. Andrews forced to make one save. Puck still loose, and it comes out to Frankie DeAugustine. DeAugustine and Lemire skating 2-on-4. Lemire looking to make something happen, sends his shot wide as he had a defender right in front of him. Larkin fighting for the puck. DeAugustine there as well, and it'll come out to Johnson and Wales. It's controlled by Alan Boozer. Boozer will flip it in, and Johnson and Wales gets another change. It's Brian Carter with it. Carter looking for a pass onto the stick of Thompson, and he'll dump it in. Balmer will play it backwards there for Luke Nichols. Nichols had one of the assists on the Brouillard goal, and it's into the Beacons bench where Frankie DeAugustine makes the catch, and we'll get a face-off coming in Johnson and Wales' end.
Johnson and Wales is keeping it real simple. They're getting pucks deep, they're making consistent line changes, and they're running a 1-2-2 forecheck. One player pressures, people know it as the trap, but the New Jersey Devils invented it. Get the puck deep, send one forward in, have 2 forwards back with 2D behind it, makes it almost impossible to break out, forcing UMass to dump the puck in, and they're doing a really nice job keeping it simple, sticking to their game plan.
The New Jersey Devils style trap, I didn't know anything about it until I went to college at Boston University. University of Vermont consistently used it against the Beacons. It's a great way when you're playing a team that has more attacking options, maybe more speed, to slow them down, and it consistently stymied BU, and it made me a really upset college hockey fan. So I'm glad you were able to identify it. I think I'm a little bit more focusing on identifying the players, but that's a great piece of analysis, and if you're a Beacons fan, it could be a really big issue, as it's normally very effective, especially if you haven't seen it that often this season, or maybe in practice preparing for a team. So the Beacons definitely didn't do, because they didn't know who they would get today on Championship Sunday. It's Thompson dumping it in over to the far side for Connor McStravick. McStravick leaving it for Thompson. Those 2 players go back and forth. Back to McStravick, whiffs on the shot as he had a defender right on his back. Near side, Chuckrin's shot gets knocked down. That was Greg Schultz, and Schultz will have a chance to clear right onto the stick of Crawford. Crawford will dump it in, and it's also interesting, Johnson and Wales maybe can't skate with the Beacons, but they're doing a good job defensively. Would have been a really interesting match if the Beacons had played Westfield State, who has the same kind of speed, maybe not quite the same kind of talent as the Beacons. That game could have been a 6-5 game. This game, we might end up seeing 1-0-2-1 if Johnson and Wales can get the great goaltending they've relied upon this season with Joey Balmer. Puck behind the Johnson and Wales net, and now they bring it out, but right across that center ice. The Beacons have a bit of a chance here, 3-on-2. Colucci out in front for Miller. The pass was wide. Miller can't quite get there, kept in by Colucci. Santa pass in front if the Beacons can find it. Unfortunately, they can't. Coming away with the puck is Fran Mackin. Mackin sends a shot just wide, a laser that comes back off the boards to Brett Mason. Mason over to Miller. Miller chipping ahead to Colucci. Colucci ahead for Santa pass. Santa pass tries to send it off the boards. Instead, it's knocked down by Johnson Wales player. The Beacons have to back off as they would have been offsides. 2:40 left in the first. The Beacons trailing 1-0 on a goal scored about 15 minutes in by Brouillard. Shot high and wide. Big rebound comes loose, but the Beacons unable to clear as Mackin knocks it down. Colucci looking to flip it off the boards, but it's an easy play here for Aaron Arm as he'll find a player right at the blue line. To the far side, Bates shot knocked down. A nice job there by Brian Carter. Bishop trying to weave his way through traffic, takes a fake hit. The Beacons have a 3-on-1. It's Finger out ahead, shot. McGregor saved. McGregor gets the rebound. Another save by Balmer, and the Beacons can't take advantage of a miscue there by Johnson Wales.
2 opportunities by McGregor, just couldn't get it past Balmer, who looks very solid in net so far.
Colucci over to McGregor, who finds Bishop. Bishop shot knocked off the skate of a Johnson Wales player. Carter weaving out to Bishop, who has a laser of a shot, doesn't get through though. Knocked down and bodied down by Steven Brucato, will send it the length of the ice. This should be enough for an icing, and it will be with 146 left in the first. The Beacons getting some chances. Unfortunately, Balmer looking pretty good.
Nice job, 3-on-1 there. Bishop took a hit near his own blue line in order to create that 3-on-1. He was able to chip the puck forward to create that opportunity. Coach Blau putting his first line out there with an in-zone faceoff, which they win.
Lemire back to Chuckman, shot knocked down. Another nice play by Brucato, and this time it's not going to be enough for an icing. Crawford, oh, they give it to him. I thought that puck wasn't going to get there. So the Beacons, another look in the offensive end. It was Larkin winning that faceoff off to Lemire. This might be one of those situations you always call for. Call up a play between your top players, try to get that quick shot.
They just talked about it right now. Larkin and DeAugustine just communicated on the way back. What are we running here? It'll be interesting. DeAugustine pivoted just a few steps back. Look if Larkin's going to get it to him.
Larkin in the faceoff dot against Bates. It's still loose. Larkin wins over to the far side for Crawford. Crawford, huge shot. It's knocked down there. DeAugustine to turn into the glove of Balmer, as that was a great diving effort by Michael Mazzata to get the shot blocked.
And he's not the only one. Jay-Woo's been doing a great job blocking shots today. Coach Blyle strategically is going to change one player. He's going to take Crawford off, put Bishop on, who's more offensive. 1:28 left in the period. Larkin another draw. We'll see what he does here. He's got 2 options, DeAugustine and Chuckman back behind him.
Larkin wins it, but it's brought over to a Johnson and Wales player. The Beacons a little bit off that time. Ryan Setti gets it out. Setti with it here. Still fighting for it, and Chuckman does a nice job to break up the play. Flipping it out, and this one will bounce down towards the goal line and will go for an icing. So now the Beacons players who have been out there for not quite as long as Johnson and Wales group, but still a decent amount of time, might be a little bit tired, and they'll head back to take a defensive zone faceoff.
Well, it was important offensively for Larkin to win this draw. It's even more important for him to win a defensive zone draw. Obviously, already down 1-0. Last thing you want to do is give up a goal late in the period.
Drew Carafiles in, as Johnson and Wales did get a line change. Bates out, Carafiles in. Larkin's won 3 in a row, and now both players will come out. Matt Lemire is a pretty decent second guy to go in. As Lemire, the former Quinnipiac transfer, pretty good in the faceoff dot. He'll work against Setti, and he wins it cleanly back to Gabe Chuckman. Chuckman flipping it over for Bishop. Bishop to DeAugustine with 1:06 to go in the period. Nice job to find the skate there of Larkin. Larkin fighting one-on-one with Luke Bennett. Larkin still with it. Larkin gets taken down. Shot from right outside the crease, and DeAugustine unable to put it home. And now it's whipped on there by Garrett Gallagher, as Gallagher getting very physical in his attempt. 3-on-2 chance, and Bennett unable to get the shot up. A nice job by Gabe Chuckman. 2 freshman defensemen back that time, as the deep pairings have changed a little bit, or at least they're a little bit off right now, and Gallagher will have it. Gallagher bringing it all the way in. Gallagher still with it on the far side. Gallagher trying to get a shot up. He's taken down, centering pass, and it's a shot. Score! Zach Parisi from Garrett Gallagher with a great individual play by the freshman defenseman, and he's able to tie it up at 1.
Great pass by Gallagher. He started that play way back in his own zone, was able to stop that 2-on-1 with Chuckman making a nice diving play in the slot to not allow that shot opportunity. Gallagher enters the zone on his own, goes behind the net, was able to find Lindsay in the slot, who's able to curl and drag it. 5-hole may have been slightly tipped by his own player, I'm not sure. I definitely think it's going to be Lindsay's goal, but did a really nice job getting that puck. And we've seen Zach Lindsay almost reborn this year, Seth. He went from a player who was trying to fight his way into the lineup to a guy who now is an offensive powerhouse. We've seen him do some magical things with the puck this year. He's worked extremely hard on and off the ice just to get into the lineup, and now he's found a scoring touch to boot. So Zach Lindsay really doing a nice job, and he's able to tie the game up 1-1 with 28 seconds left in the first.
Gallagher's Lindsay's 5th goal of the season. That's the first collegiate point for Garrett Gallagher. Comes at a great time. The Beacons gave up 2 goals late in the first and the third that really hurt their momentum. For my money, Garrett Gallagher might be the best Beacon this weekend. Frankie DeAugustine's got the 2 goals. Gallagher had 6 block shots yesterday. Really big numbers, sacrificing the body, and he may have just sparked the Beacons after an okay first period in which they found themselves trailing.
Yeah, without a doubt. He played extremely well yesterday. I saw him sacrificing the body on multiple occasions. You mentioned the 6 block shots, and then again today, we'll talk at the end of the period. I want to talk a little bit more about how he was able to get that pass to the slot.
Well, we'll have tons of time to break that down with the ability of instant replay. We'll have those highlights from the first, as we've got a stoppage. Nets off its mooring as the Beacon was down. That was Lindsay. And we'll see where the faceoff comes with just 11 seconds. This can be crucial as the Beacons, no surprise, looking for a faceoff in the Johnson-Wells zone. It's that top line, Lemire, Larkin, and DeAugustine, along with Bishop and Chucker, as the Beacons look to get at least one more chance. Larkin doesn't win this face-off. Bishop keeps it in. Oh, nope, unable to do so. Now fighting for it is Mackin. 2-on-1 chance. The other player's Brouillard. Already one shot goes just wide as Andrews tried to kick it out and just missed. And that'll do it for the first period. Great chance for Johnson and Wales to grab some momentum back. An exciting first period, and we're even at 1-1 after one.
A lot of tempo in that first period, Seth. I saw both teams really using all three zones of the ice. They really did a nice job with the speed, and you see at the end of the period here, Colucci's going to talk with Reggert about something, and maybe something they didn't like there, but really like the speed of the game. I don't think it was the cleanest. I saw both teams kind of struggle with some of the passing. I think J-Wu has recognized a weak spot in the defensive core of UMass. We've seen some stretch passes. They're trying to hit them right on that UMass Beacons logo on the blue line and try to send somebody in on the home run pass. We've seen that a few times, but other than that, I think the passing can be a little bit crisper. Both goaltenders seem to be in the zone. Ballmer with a lot of nice saves, but really the play I thought was Lindsay with that goal to tie it up late in the period, 28 seconds left off a nice feed from Gallagher.
Yeah, we'll have the highlight of that goal and all the highlights during our Beacons Broadcast Network first period intermission show. First, a look at Monin Park, the new home of UMass Boston baseball, while the Beacons hockey team has been able to enjoy this great rink, which has gotten a lot nicer over the past couple years, let's admit. The Beacons baseball team has been playing on the road for decades. They'll finally have a new home in Monin Park this March. So take a look at that, and then we'll have a look around the conference, some stats, and everything else right here from the Beacons Ice Arena.
Hi, welcome back to another episode of Behind the Beacon. I'm your host, Haley Dutton. After years of playing home games anywhere but on campus, UMass Boston baseball is eager for the opening of Monin Park. With construction almost nearly complete, we were able to catch up with head coach Brendan Igerbrodt and captain Anthony Searles for what it's going to be like to finally have an on-campus facility.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously very excited and very grateful for getting a brand new facility built. It's definitely been a labor of love. We've got a lot of support from across campus to get the funding to build this. And, with the chancellor and the vice chancellor really pushing for this facility, it's finally come to fruition, and it's well worth the wait. It's going to be one of the nicest fields in all of New England. I think it's a field that we can be proud of, and it's going to be a great playing facility. And I think from coming from, my first couple of years just going on to any field that was open when teams were away, begging to use fields or playing out in Waltham at Yetton Field, and then kind of moving up to Campanelli, which was a great home facility for the last 4 to 5 years. It'll just be great to have that true home field advantage. That's something we've never been able to practice on the field that we've played our games on, so you really miss out on that. And I think it's going to give the program a great sense of pride. I think player development-wise, having a turf field, will be able to get out on it earlier in the season, which gives you more reps and should hopefully lead to some very good results on the field.
Brockton was a great stadium to play at, first of all, but I think the home stadium is really going to help us, especially being so close to campus. A lot of guys can get a lot of extra swings. We don't have to wait for the gym to be open, and with the cage here, it'll be very nice, especially with 2 fields. We can have everyone split up. We can have pitchers go on one field, hitters go on another, and we'll be able to do a lot of things and get everyone ready. We check it every day. As soon as it started going up, everyone checks it, going to class, coming from class to see how it's been going. A lot of guys have been pumped with the practice field being almost done. A lot of guys have been wanting to get on it, and it's been a very big motivator for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really a smart decision to go with the Fenway Park design. You're talking about the most historic field in all of baseball, and we have that on our campus now. We got a green monster, we got the triangle in center field, you got the bullpens in right. So it's going to be an outstanding place to play. I think, for spectators, the seating is top notch. We got a great press box for our outstanding sports information staff. So I think it's going to be an outstanding facility. So I'm happy we went with that Fenway design. I think it's going to be, again, it's going to give us a home field advantage because you're going to have a quirky outfield, with the Pesky's pole and the triangle, the monster. So it should really give us an advantage, so I'm excited about that.
Energy. I think it's going to bring a lot of energy to the team. It's going to make Guana guys do a lot more, hit a lot more, and be a lot better than we know we can be. Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome with the mini Fenway. I think it's going to attract a lot of guys to come in and want to play, and actually a lot of fans, because with the field being so far away, we didn't have a lot of fans at Brockton. But I think it's going to be awesome. Right on campus, there's going to be a lot of people coming over from apartments and watching the game, and it's going to bring a lot of energy to the team.
Over the years, we've always been extremely aggressive with our recruiting, and we've always been able to identify, I think, some very strong student athletes. I think this is going to tip the scales. I mean, I think we already to date have 10 committed players for next year, and all very talented, very capable student athletes. So it's been a great push on the recruiting side of things. I think anytime recruits see a new facility, they know you're invested in the program, they know the university is backing you. In the school itself, I mean, there's a lot of really positive change going on with new academic buildings, new baseball facility. So it's a great time to be a Beacon.
The Beacons are scheduled for 18 home games this spring, with their season opener on March 5th at noon against LaSalle College. For more information about UMass Boston baseball, check them out on Instagram at Beacon Baseball and Twitter at Beacons Baseball. Thanks for watching. I'm Haley Dutton.
And welcome back to the Beacons Broadcast Network, our first period intermission show. You just saw the Monon Park behind the Beacon. We'll have another behind the Beacon for you in the second intermission. As we take a look right now at the first period intermission stats brought to you, well, actually we have no sponsor for the first period intermission stats. We have it for our next graphics, which we'll get to in just a second. Getting back into the flow of things here in early January, as we'll take a look at the stats right now. As UMass Boston out shooting Johnson & Wells 14-8. 13 saves for Joey Balmer, 7 for Zach Andrews in there today for UMass Boston. The Beacons doing a better job in the faceoff dot. Yesterday they lost 33 of 60. Today they're up by 3 after 11 of 19. Both teams 0 for 1 on the power play. Both came early, and then the one difference is the penalties. We didn't hear this because we had our headsets on, but Luke Vedich was called for a 10-minute misconduct with 28 seconds to go. It came on that at the same time as that goal by Zach Lindsay, as Garrett Gallagher was taken down while making the pass. It was Gallagher's first collegiate point. The assist, a great job to feed Zach Lindsay in front. We'll have the highlights for you right before the start of the second period. Lindsay's fifth goal. Ben Brouillard scored at 13-19, his fifth goal from Greg Soltz. And the Beacons goal came with 28 seconds to go. So we'll move along in our Beacons Broadcast Network intermission show. We'll bring you the New England Hockey Conference out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by Kaler Sales LLC, a family business focused on bringing you the best prices on all your logging equipment. Couple games going on right now, couple games going on later today. New England College leading SUNY Canton 2-1 at the end of the first. They lost yesterday to Newman in the tournament that they're playing in. Castleton, after a 7-0 loss yesterday by SUNY Oswego, they're trailing after 3-0. Castleton, the only team in the New England Hockey Conference without a conference win. That's not a conference game, but they've been outscored 10-0 thus far through 4 periods this weekend at their tournament. Endicott College travels to Babson College in a championship game. That's a 4 o'clock game, and the big one of the day, the defending national champion Trinity College at Norwich, up at Norwich at 5 p.m. Norwich last night dominating fashion, an 8-0 win over Wesleyan. Norwich got 2 of the players who they didn't have in first semester back, and the Cadets might just be a threat once again as they looked very good. 7 different players scoring their 8 goals. Take a look right now around Beaconville. No games going on today, but a couple other Beacons teams in action either yesterday or going forward. Women's basketball team snapped a 4-game losing streak to earn their 400th win in program history, defeating Colby College yesterday 60-50. The women's hockey Codfish, the 9th annual Codfish Bowl, begins tomorrow. The Beacons will host the SUNY Canton Kangaroos at 1 p.m., and the men's basketball team will open up their 2016 slate when they host Tufts University. That's Tuesday night at 7 p.m. directly after the championship game of the Codfish Bowl. On the women's side, we'll have all of those games for you on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Right now, we're going to take a look at the highlights from yesterday's women's basketball game as they dominated against Colby College to earn just their 2nd win in 13 all-time tries against the Colby College Mules.
She's the keys to my star, ain't my automatic car. But she make me wanna go harder, and she always lift the bar. But she keep that spotlight glowing, cause she is a superstar. Everybody notices girl, she step up in a place where the hair rock on. The way she breaks it, the way she cranks 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 it.
And welcome back to the Beacons Broadcast Network. My name is Seth Orensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher. We'll take a look ahead right now as the Beacons will return to conference play for, Matt, 2 very important weekends. Next weekend on the road, that's normally a tough weekend, 2 very good teams in St. A's and New England College. And then the weekend that we always really enjoy here in Beaconville, Babson, a home and home as the Beacons' bitter rivals will come here on the 15th, and then the Beacons will travel on the 16th to Babson at 4 p.m.
Yeah, not to look too far ahead because obviously they're in the middle of a contest tonight, but you mentioned on the road, obviously at St. Anselm, a team that plays them hard each and every time you go up that way. A really nice rink, very modern and good facility up there, but a team that really plays well and tends to play even better at home. So a tough challenge there, and then immediately the following night, New England College, a true barn in the sense of the word. Small locker rooms, very cold facilities, a team that, you never know what you're going to get. A lot of times you can see a team that can sneak out a win and give UMass a game, and other times it's a blowout. So Beacons need to be prepared for both, and then the week following is going to be huge, not just for the conference but nationally with Babson, a home and home, a series that, quite honestly, UMass really needs to win. Babson has dominated the past few years, and UMass needs to start stepping in the right direction as we head in towards the playoff series.
Yeah, with UMass Boston at 6-0-0, Babson 6-0-0 as well, and Norwich with 3 losses already in conference play. That weekend could very well decide it if one or the other team were to sweep, and both teams were able to come away with a sweep next weekend, as Babson will play New England College on Friday and St. Anselm on Saturday. We'll take a look right now at the highlights from that first period, a very physical first period, and 2 very nice goals.
Yeah, absolutely. So just some good defense here. You see there, nice hit by Lemire. That was early on in the period. Beacons were able to clear the puck down. That was on the, you see there, the power play was on the penalty kill. Here's a great save by Balmer. Bishop's able to get this puck through. A nice save, and then the rebound cleared away by his defense core. Good way to start the game. A little bit of a high stick here, you see there, coming up, and a nice hit. Gallagher, we mentioned early on, was able to do a really nice job blocking shots, and there you see the physical aspect of his game. Here's the breakaway, McStravick. You see the wheels. Look at how much space he's able to gain. Goes blocker side, just wasn't able to get it up high enough on the tall goaltender and Balmer. And then here's the goal. You see here on the stretch pass, both defense just unaware that there's a player there, and he's able to tuck it under the bar. Andrews couldn't get the glove up high enough. A nice goal there by J. That made it 1-0 with about 6 minutes in the first. You see here a pair of saves by Balmer. There's one. We're going to see another. Good save by Balmer there. Those were 2 key stops, and then to finish it off here is going to be the goal by UMass. A pass out, and there's Lindsay with a nice shot, 5-hole, just able to tuck that. You see, just before that, the amount of contact Gallagher was taking in the corner, was able to not only take the hit, but we were able to corral the puck and then put it right on the tape for Lindsay, right in the sweet spot. Lindsay was able to curl it, rip it 5-hole for a 1-1 game. That's where we stand now.
And Matt, one thing to note, we didn't know about this, the two of us, but Luke Beach was actually called for a 10-minute misconduct on that play, on the Garrett Gallagher play. So he's unavailable until about the midway point of this second period. So you talked about a lot of contact. That time he was whistled for it.
Yeah, very interesting. I didn't see it, and it seemed to be kind of going with the play. He must have done something maybe afterwards to warrant a 10-minute misconduct. I didn't get a good look on it, but here we are, second period underway.
Yeah, the Beacons going from right to left. They'll start with the 4th line once again. They've given them great shifts all weekend. As it's Thompson leaving it for Lindsay. Already has one goal. The wraparound chance. Couldn't quite find it. McStravick was on the doorstep, but he never saw the puck. As Johnston Wells trying to weather the storm. That's Brouillard unable to clear. Gets it right back, and this time a little bit easier as he tries to find the stick of Connor Bates. Fighting him off there is Mike Thompson. We can't talk enough about Mike Thompson, the freshman out of Running Mass, onto the stick of Lindsay, but 2 players come back to take it away. Thompson was originally supposed to redshirt this year. Bishop a hard shot, topped down by McStravick, but an easy save there for Bombers. There wasn't much pace behind it. Instead, Thompson has not only been playing because of the injuries to Daly and Finger, he's been playing very well and centering that 4th line. Brouillard shot knocked down by Bishop. Rebound comes onto the stick of a player in Bates, but it's knocked down, and now Larkin has it. The Beacons will send out their 1st line. Larkin takes a big hit, gets knocked down on the 2nd one, and Johnson and Wells will have a chance to clear.
Yeah, you mentioned Thompson, and he has done a really nice job. It's no easy task being inserted into this yellow line. There's a lot asked of you, especially matchup-wise. You're going against usually the top line of the opposition. Thompson's done a great job filling that role.
Puck behind the net as Lemire puts a little bit of pressure there on Aaron Arm. One senior versus another. This time it'll come all the way out. Crawford fighting for it, loses that battle. It's Jonathan Ruiz. Ruiz with the player in front. Instead he tries to get the shot off. Chuck with a nice job to break that up. Bad break there, and the turnaround shot doesn't get through. It's the Beacons once again got caught puck looking, and it was Cody Sarmiento looking with a chance in front. The Beacons getting lucky once again.
This will be called for icing, and one thing I'm noticing is Andrew Crawford, the senior defenseman, really needs to calm down. He's overthinking plays. You saw there 2 miscues. He had a few in the first period. I think he's just kind of overthinking things. He needs to really just stick to his game. He played very well last night. I've seen some mistakes early on. That could have been a goal there. He left this man totally undetected in the slot, and fortunately enough, didn't cost him anything, but just needs to settle down a little bit and stick back to things that have made him successful in the past.
Puck controlled there by Miller after another huge hit by Sanapass. Sanapass was called for both of the Beacons' penalties yesterday, sometimes on those big hits, but trying to really slow down Johnson and Wells, who is used to being the aggressor. It's Mason from the point. Mason thought about it, sends it wide for Gallagher. Gallagher already with 1 point in this one, his first collegiate point in the 5th. Big hit from Mason, no call, and coming the other way is number 24, Sarmiento, who just had that great chance. The Beacon gets upended, and Miller trying to find it, puck loose, falls to a Johnson Wells player. The shot goes wide up into the netting. It'll come out of the zone. No, it'll come back in the zone, they say.
Yeah, it wasn't deflected, come back out, but I still get excited, Seth. I see hits like the one Mason just had in open ice. When you just totally go for it, he took a few strides and just was able to make a huge hit at center ice. And the former player in me gets a little bit excited when you see hits like that.
Puck controlled here by Jeremy Finger in his first game back since early November. He's taken down. Did see Finger draw a penalty in that first period, one of just two against Johnson and Wells. As Beacon's very happy to have their senior out of Orlando, Florida back. Puck sent around the boards, and it's controlled there by Bishop. A little bit too strong for Demchuk, but it's in on Ballmer, and the Beacons will force an offensive zone faceoff.
Nice job by Demchuk to create that whistle. Definitely seeing a lot more energy out of UMass this period. Last period was pretty good. Wouldn't give him the A+. A lot more energy. I definitely think the captain, Albie Daly, and Coach Blyle had some things to say in the locker room to step it up, because I'm seeing a much more energized team coming out here in the second period.
Lemire wins a faceoff, but the Beacons apparently didn't have their door closed yet, so the referees will make them do it again, as Peter Belisle was still talking to the referee. Lemire wins it cleanly once again, back to Crawford. Crawford's shot knocked down by Bombers. There were a couple players out in front, but no one got a tip. Crawford unable to keep it in. A lot of physicality as there's a stick stuck in underneath his armpit there. Finally, those two players clear. Controlled here by Carriafiles. Carriafiles playing it around. The first player to it should be a Beacon, and it will be here. It's controlled by Lemire. Lemire dancing his way through traffic onto the stick of DeAugustine. Right back to Lemire. Balmer didn't even know where it was, but he made the save nonetheless.
Nice play there by, what was it, Larkin to DeAugustine? Nice play. This will be called for icing, but was it?
It was Lemire to DeAugustine.
Lemire to DeAugustine. I didn't have the angle on it, but a nice save, and Seth, that's kind of the benefit of being such a large goalie. Sometimes size you just kind of get a lucky one in there. Balmer, you're right, didn't see that play. That could have easily gone in net, but because he is so large and he maintains a big presence in the net, he was able to make that stop.
6'3", 225 out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Fun fact, I've actually been to Kalamazoo, Michigan on graduation day for about 15 minutes. It was a fun time. Shot from Brett Mason gets knocked down by the other number 11, Luke Nichols. Kalamazoo is a beautiful campus, and now Andrews makes the save the other way.
Only thing I know about Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's home of the captain, Derek Jeter. That's it.
I believe Kalamazoo also has a really interesting mascot, which the two of us really love interesting mascots. Tomorrow, SUNY Canton Kangaroos.
There you go.
Yesterday, the Colby College Mules. We'll get you the mascot there. I want to say Anteaters, but I'm wrong, as Andrews makes the save on the turnaround shot there by Greg Soltis. Puck dumped right back in, giving chase is Gallagher. Gallagher with a lot of pressure here from Soltis, who had one of the assists on that goal from Brouillard. Is Gallagher being pinned down still? As he and Soltis getting into it. Gallagher is a physical player. He's not one of the largest Beacons on the roster, but he really loves to get into it with the opposing team's forwards. As now Mason, his defensive partner, tries to center around the boards for McStravick. McStravick unable to get there in time. Thompson, as the Beacons' fourth line, tries to get it out. Now McStravick has a bit more time. Waiting, though, a little bit too long. Pezza got to him. And Johnson and Wells doing a really nice job of pinning the Beacons back in their own zone. It's Soltes looking for some help. Being pressured by McStravick. Keeps it in just barely. And now going behind the net to go after it is Mercado. Mercado's played extremely well over the past couple of games, as this puck tapped in for a fourth time by Kangas. Gallagher doesn't get enough on that attempted clear. It's Lanzillotti, and he'll go around the boards. The Beacons have to be tired at this point. Johnson and Wells getting a few changes. Bates is out there, the top line center. Puck still controlled by Johnson and Wells as two Beacons are in there, and it's Mercado there. Mercado getting taken down, has the puck behind the net. Andrews wary of a possible wraparound. Puck comes back to the near side. This time McStravick should have enough, and he'll look to dump as the Beacons will get at least two new players out there. Don't get the whole five. Chance here from Tagus to Bates. Great diving play there by Mason, and then it's a glove save from Andrews as the Beacons will get a line shift they desperately needed.
Yeah, McStravick really knows he needed to get that puck deep. I mean, he was streaking, and I thought once he would hit the red line that he'd be able to get that puck down, and there seems to be a player injured. It looks like it's Zach Lindsay. He's over talking with the trainer. The referee's also over there. Liger might have gotten clipped as well. We might have a little bit of a stoppage here. We might need some bandage or a tape. But anyway, McStravick needed to get that puck deep. When he didn't, Beacons were only able to get half a line change, and because of that, the two defensemen, Mason and Gallagher, really had to step it up. You saw Gallagher really nice, had another two hits, and then Mason had a nice block shot there to not allow the first shot to get through to Andrews, followed by a weak backhand attempt that Andrews was allowed to cover and create the whistle for the full line change. But getting back to it. McStravick's got to get that puck deep, and he got a little bit of a talking to the line, just saying, hey, keep it simple, send that puck in.
We got a replay right now as of a really nice block shot by Mason. We're back to live action, though, as the Beacons still have a player over with the trainers. The referee Ryger's back. Chance here for Brouillard. Artist one goal looking to turn the shot off of Andrews. Got it with the left arm. Might not have known where that one was. We've seen some nice saves from both goalies early in the second.
Yeah, that was off the mask. That's the European style. Just take it off the face and send it out of play, and he seems to be fine. Usually if that puck comes in super hard, you see the buckles fly off. Wasn't the case there. A little bit of ringing in the ears.
Yeah, as a goalie, how do you take that and just stay in there for the next one? I mean, I know all goalies are crazy, but at the same point, you have a very fast shot and he makes another save. Bates maybe trying to catch him sleeping.
Yeah, that's a tricky one off the draw there. But basically, you know it's coming. The masks are built so well today that really you don't feel much in terms of pain unless it's a slap shot. But what you do get is a strong ringing in the ears. A lot of times you won't be able to hear much for a few minutes after that.
That sounds like a lot of fun as Zach Lindsay, well, no, that's actually David McGregor in the face-off dot, able to win it away after a bit of a battle in the circle, trying to bring it out. We talked about the Beacons needing more from their second and third lines. There's been more energy, but still no goal scoring. The lone goal coming from the fourth line. The Beacons' top line scored both of the goals yesterday. Johnson and Well with two defenders back. McGregor couldn't knock it down, and Connor Bates controls at his own blue line. Bates to the far side onto the stick of Luke Nichols. Nichols, one of four players for Johnson & Wales who wasn't in the lineup yesterday, back in there today. And that might help Johnson & Wales a little bit with the legs. The Beacons only adding one new player, is Jeremy Figure, who had sat out for about 2 months back into the lineup. Demchuk, ahead for Figure, right back to Demchuk, and a nice job breaking it back by Michael Mazzata as Alex Demchuk had a chance. Crawford thinks about the slap shot, instead sends a pass towards the net, and it'll bounce around, and Johnson & Wales gets it out. Big hit coming at the blue line as Demchuk got it. There's a trailer there for the Johnson & Wales player. Good defense from Chukrin, and Crawford able to get out of the zone. The Beacons with a chance for a 3-on-1 as they hurry. It's DeAugustine, far side, looking for Lemire. Instead it was broken up. DeAugustine turns, finds Lemire in the circle. Lemire's shot doesn't get through. Comes out for Bishop. He is a big slap shot. This time it finds Bomber, and now Chukrin trying to tap it in. The puck is kept in by Bishop. The Beacons a couple good chances there, unable to find pay dirt. 1-1 game, 12:58 to go here in the second period of the Consolation game. Larkin trying to leave it for DeAugustine. Instead it bounces back towards him, looking for Lemire. Lemire couldn't quite handle it, and it's on to the stick of Mazzata. Mazzata turns it over. It's Lemire looking backside for DeAugustine, and it puck is loose. It's in the net. The stick above its moorings, and they're going to roll it to goal.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to talk about it. I wouldn't be surprised if the refs have a conference, but that's going to be a good goal. They're going to say the goaltender Balmer knocked that peg off its mooring as the puck was about to cross the blue line, and in my estimation, that's going to be a good goal. I think they will discuss it, Seth, but I think that's going to end up being a good goal, and the thing to look for there is Lemire. What patience. He was in the slot. I thought for sure he would just rip. It didn't have such a good angle. Was able to hold on to that puck. He ended up looking back door for DeAugustine, who also wasn't there, and then was able to rip a shot on goal. I think there was a little bit of a deflection. Puck was fluttering in the air, and then the Beacons were able to jam it home. But here we go. Here's the conference I was talking about. Refs are definitely going to discuss to see if Balmer's the one to knock that peg off its mooring, that goal will count. The goaltender cannot knock the net off its mooring as a goal is about to come. That'll be a good goal. If they do decide that the Beacons were the ones who kind of initiated the contact on the net, that goal will come back. So this is a huge decision here, almost to the halfway point of the game.
Now, for me, the net was clearly off its moorings before that shot went in. In fact, maybe a second or two. But the referee, who was standing right there, made no indication, seemingly knowing that it was Bomber. They're over there talking to Eric Nowak, the Johnson & Wales coach. And to me, that means that goal's still up on the scoreboard. It should count. Yep. Larkin's going to be credited with the goal, but it was such great patience from Larkin, DeAugustine, and Lemire, all three getting their chances. And the Beacons' forecheck was doing to Johnson & Wales what Johnson & Wales had done to the Beacons earlier in this period, keeping the puck in the zone, and finally getting it, as it should be Larkin from Lemire and DeAugustine. At least that's what I'm anticipating. Shot, Andrews forced to make the save. Rebound just over the net there as Andrews had his balance taking it backwards, wasn't able to make that save, but was on target. Miller and the Beacons' second line out there. Miller, Colucci, and Sanapeth. Dangerous play there from a Beacon in Gallagher, who's already had one great shift. Now it's Colucci out wide for Miller. Miller from a difficult angle, still with it. looking for a pass. Miller turns, shoots, Bomber the save.
Nice shot and save by Miller. Already spoke to him a little bit after last night's game. I thought his physical aspect was missing a little bit, but you see there, he started this game with a bunch of hits. He might have 5 or 6 hits already, and they're a shot on goal. So clearly my conversation with him worked. We've seen a lot more out of Miller. Just a quick update. It looks like Zach Lindsay is still being looked at by the training staff. Can't quite get a good angle. He's behind the backup goaltender, so you can't see what's going on. He's not being attended to right now, but he definitely is still over there. So we'll keep you updated. It doesn't look like it's too serious. Might just be a little bit of a stinger, but he is being looked at by the training staff.
Puck just over the outstretched glove of Andrew Crawford, forcing Tucker to come back to get it. Tucker did a nice job to get it around the first 2 players. And now the Deacons have a 2-on-1 chance. It's Larkin, DeAugustine on the far side, finds him, shot, score! Frankie DeAugustine, his 3rd goal of the weekend, and the Deacons, just like that, have made it 3-1. Larkin, the first to the 2nd goal, DeAugustine the 3rd, and the Deacons' top line is rolling.
That's what we like to see. That is a pretty hockey goal. You see there in transition, UMass has found a lot of opportunity in the transition. These back-to-back goals have started off the rush, and what a play. That's just pure talent right there. Larkin entering the zone with speed. Both guys were going full speed towards the net on that 2-on-1. Larkin was able to make a move and find it, put it right on the tape to DeAugustine, who was able to cross it over to his backhand and tuck it up under the bar. No chance for Balmer. We've got a 3-1 hockey game.
Yeah, Johnson and Wills, though, once again doing a nice job off of Meegan's goal to really pressure, and Zach Andrews was almost forced to make another save. Puck flipped out towards Bomber. The Meegan's going to be the first players there, as both Demchuk and McGregor were ahead, and now we'll go the other way. Back and forth hockey, slap shot and a big save from Andrews as he denies Alan Boozer. Another shot from Boozer, this one goes wide, and the Meegans have a chance to turn. With Johnson and Wills trailing by 2 goals, you have to think they have to come out of that trap a little bit to get a little bit more offense going.
Without a doubt, yeah, and Beacons have done a nice job capitalizing. 2 mistakes by Johnson and Wales, 2 goals for UMass.
So the puck behind the Beacons net, it's Carter trying to get the clear. Carter over onto the stick of Zach Lindsay, so good to see him back out there. His first shift after a possible injury. Mistravik didn't get a tip there, and this should go for an icing. No, they're going to say no. It was a little bit of slow skating there by Brett Kangas, and that may have cost him. McStravick trying to center it for Lindsay. Lindsay looking for his 2nd goal, and Balmer denies him on that opportunity. McStravick fighting for it behind the net. Lindsay coming to give him some help. They'll send it behind the net. Lindsay got slowed down a little bit. Meekins looking for interference. Shot from the point. Bishop's shot goes off the stick of Kangas and nearly flipped in. McStravick being dispossessed of the puck, takes him down, and McStravick's going to be called for the Meekins' 2nd penalty of the day. Johnson and Wells still controlling. Larkin out there as the Meekins' lines are a little bit mixed up right now. The goalie coming off, and with 10-10 left, we're going to see Johnson and Wells go to the power play as soon as the Meekins get a touch. But Johnson and Wells with the 6th man out there looking to get an early little couple extra seconds. It's Bates. Bates sending the shot. Andrews gets the save, but still controlled by Johnson and Wells. Centering pass out top for Kangas. Kangas shot, another save for Andrews, and the touch finally coming from Larkin, as we'll get a big opportunity here for Johnson and Wales, who honestly, despite their 23% power play, hasn't looked good. They gave up a shorthanded goal yesterday. Didn't get a lot of good chances in their 1 opportunity in the first period.
Obviously, want a quick note, Lindsay is back. You saw him take a full shift there, so he is back. He's fine, but McStravick with a penalty, a little bit in the play, and you're right. A good opportunity here for J-Roo. Perfect opportunity to climb back into this hockey game, 3-1, and Seth, this is the type of urgency I wanted to see from UMass earlier in the game.
Johnson and Wells controlling in the Beacon zone. The Beacons have had 26 of 27 successful penalty kills as of late. The only power play goal coming against Norwich in the Beacons' big 4-3 win here at home, as that's going to be offsides there. It's unable to keep that one in was Nicholas Pezza with 22 seconds in, and we'll get an offensive zone face-off now for the Beacons.
Yeah, that's going to be intentional, so they're going to bring that all the way back down, which is obviously a benefit for UMass. They'll make a slight change here. It looks like it's going to be Finger and Demchuk as the 2 forwards, with Crawford and Gallagher on the back end. And can't stress enough, Gallagher really has looked well today. I would compare him to an Adam McQuaid or a Dennis Seidenberg, somebody who logs a lot of minutes on a regular basis, does a nice job with matchups, and he's done a great job with the physical aspect of his game tonight, blocking shots and making hits.
And one of the things, Jeremy Finger back for the first time, he's always been one of the Beacons' better penalty killers. Guys over the years that you would think of, Kyle Kiesma, Obviously, Connor McStravick, Jeremy Finger, Mark Greenhouse. Finger's one of the first guys that comes to mind. Didn't help the Beacons to not have him out there, despite the fact their penalty kill has been doing so well as of late. Controlled here by Johnson and Wells. It's Bates on the near side, flipping it behind the net for Mack, and first player to it's going to be Gallagher, and he will clear. Nice job to bounce that one off as Luke Veitch, who's back after that 10-minute misconduct, unable to keep it in. Controlled by Johnson and Wells. 47 to go on the power play. That shot gets knocked down, but still gets in on Andrews. A nice look from Beach. Controlled here up top. It's Brucato. Brucato back to the near side, seeing a shot up, and it's knocked down. A great effort there by Chukrin to get in the way of that shot from Lanziolotti.
Huge block by Chukrin.
Brucato behind the net, trying to leave it, centering pass, and that one's kept in. A nice job there. Chukrin trying to chase it down off the boards, kept in by Brucato. Brucato in the near circle. Amongst two players, charges the net. The puck is over the net. Andrews is down. The two players in a pile, and that you did not like that. Zach Andrews took a big beating on that play.
Yeah, we'll see. He should be fine. I mean, it happens in goaltending. You get hit a lot, but I was disappointed just because Larkin had a chance to clear that puck, and instead he tried to create a rush out of it. He got intercepted, and that's what created that opportunity for Johnson and Wales. You look at Andrews. He seems to be fine. He's skating around. Obviously, never fun as a goaltender to get hit like that, but it's part of the job. And we're looking at, again, a variety of different players on the penalty kill, so I'm not quite sure what we're talking about here. It seems to be something on the ice that's delaying us starting.
It looks like a puck. A puck may have fallen out of the netting. Do have a quick update for you on those second and third goals. We knew Larkin and DeAugustine were the goal scorers. On the second goal, Lemire was the only player credited with the assist. On the third goal, when I thought Larkin would be the only player, instead it was Larkin and Lemire. So Lemire up to 14 assists on the season. He's just been a tremendous addition. A mid-season transfer last year. Miller comes out of zone. The Beacons will drop it backwards with 8 seconds left in the PK to Crawford, and the Beacons are looking like they're going to go 2 for 2 on the PK. Shot from Colucci. Bomber comes out and makes the kick save, and it's controlled there by Johnson and Wells. The two teams are back to even strength. Miller comes up with the puck at center ice, looking to find Sanapass, who's been a little bit quieter today than he was during first semester when he had 6 goals and 6 assists. The Beacons, though, really have been very good this season with their depth. Remember, Mike Miller, who had struggled the first couple games of the year, had a 5-point showing against Wentworth. The Sanapass's shot is saved, and at any point, the Beacons could go up for 2 or 3 goals, whether they're a first liner or a fourth liner.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's Sanapass with a shot on goal. Nice little play there. Started with Miller, put it right on the tape to Colucci, who made a nice little drop pass to Sanapass right before the blue line, created a nice little shot on goal, and Ballmer with a nice save. 3-1 here in the second period, 7:22 left to go on the clock.
Johnson and Wales wins the face-off, and they'll have a chance to get it out. It's Brouillard with Mackin out ahead. He finds him. Mackin one-on-one with Andrews, the save rebound, and it's knocked away there by Mason, but onto the stick of Bates. One interesting thing is that shot from Brouillard might have been
nice
passed
save
away by Andrews, and it goes high and wide as Miller get it over to Sanapass. Sanapass able to avoid the hit, gets some help from Colucci as those two players collide a little bit. Colucci gets away from another hit. Now it's Miller looking for Sanapass, bouncing puck through the crease, off the head there of Ballmer, and once again the net comes off scoring. Looking at the stats from right after those 2 goals, David Wahlberg providing us the goal for the assist. Through about 30 minutes, so right at the halfway point, Johnson and Wales had cut the shot total to 23 to 18. They've actually been pretty even here in period number 2. Just been outscored by 2 goals. Lemire winning the faceoff as Lemire spins, turns. DeAugustine couldn't quite get there, kept in by Bishop. Bishop, shot doesn't get through. And now Bishop will try. Instead, it's a chance for a 2-on-1, and a nice job to break up the play by Brian Carter.
Yeah, Carter with a nice hit there, and not quite sure. Somebody's down for Johnson and Wales. Training staff's looking at him. Not quite sure who that is. Looks like Bates.
It is, as here's a chance for Carter. His shot goes high, well high. Might have been deflected by a Johnson and Wales player, but it was already on a bad trajectory. Now a chance for a 3-on-1. Brought into the zone by Pezza, and the Beacons player is going to be called for stripping the stick off the Johnson and Wales player in a good spot, Stephen Brucato. And Matt, it looked from my angle like that might not have been the worst penalty, but you disagree.
No, you know what? I think Bishop definitely was a step behind there. I think it was a little bit not his fault because it didn't really seem like he made that much contact with the stick, but regardless, it looked that way, and refs are going to call it. So here's another opportunity. 3-1 hockey game, 6:10 left in the period, and again, another opportunity for Johnson Wales to climb back in this thing and make it a one-goal hockey game.
Second penalty of the day against Johnson, against the Beacons. Second penalty of the day against Tyler Bishop. Third against the Beacons, as the Beacons able to clear.
And Seth, it should be noted, Bates, their leading point getter, is still down. He's being looked at by the training staff. He's not on the ice, doesn't seem to be available for this power play right now.
Not just their leading goal scorer, their leading goal scorer on the power play. 5 of his 9 goals, 5 of the team's 15 on the power play this season. Johnson and Wales with them behind the net. It's Brucato. Brucato trying to feed Sarmiento, unable to do so. 2 Beacons in there, McGregor and Crawford, now joined by 4 Johnson and Wales players. The other 2 Beacons out there are Gallagher and McStravick. It comes loose to Brucato. Gallagher's in position. Brucato stripped to the puck by Gallagher, and Gallagher's still fighting for it behind the net. Now it's Johnson and Wales with him. McGregor putting some pressure on Brucato, and sent out to the point. Lanciolotti, huge shot, but it's knocked down by McStravick. McStravick trying to chase it down with Mizzato coming back. McStravick jumps over the possible trip by Mizzato, who was diving in front of him, and now McStravick will head to the bench with 49 seconds to go on the man advantage.
Great block by McStravick, and then almost generated a rush opportunity off of it. He's off the ice now, then replaced by Finger.
Controlled here by Sarmiento. Sarmiento looking to dump as Mason gets to it first. Mason over to Chukrin. Chukrin looks for the clear, unable to get it. Now it's Mason with a ton of space on the near side, has Demchuk. Instead he'll take it himself, and he'll dump it all the way just past the outstretched stick of Luke Reich. Reich's looking to set it up. The Beacons' 2 forecheckers are Demchuk and Finger. Mason and Chukrin will stay out there. Bringing it out of his own zone is Aaron Arm. Arm still with it on the far side with 11 seconds to go. The Beacons' penalty kill has been superb this weekend. They were a perfect 2 for 2 yesterday, trying to go 3 for 3 thus far today, as Demchuk does just enough, and now he's brought down, but no call coming. 4:07 to go. We're back to 5-on-5 hockey. Puck flipped out. Bates back out there for Johnson and Wales, so both teams have had a player go out and successfully come back. That's great for both of these sides. As this is a non-conference matchup, the consolation game, the last thing you'd want to do is with both teams heading back towards conference play to have an injury to one of your top players, to anyone in your lineup, with both of these teams sitting very in good standing in the standings. So here's a chance for Lemire. Lemire's shot goes just wide after he was held or hooked there, depending on what the referees decide. Coming off the ice is Andrews, but he won't get there, as the Beacons will head on the man advantage for the second time today.
Yeah, good job by Lemire. Driving to the net, forces the defenseman to make a call on. Started with Larkin on the rush. He was able to dangle a little bit, get around in D and create a little bit of opportunity. Lemire picked up the puck, and as he's driving to the net, he's hauled down. That'll be a 2-minute minor. So with 3:30 left in the second period here, a chance for UMass to really take a nice sizable lead going into the third period. Already up 3-1. If they can make it 4-1, going to make things very difficult for Johnson and Wales to come back into this hockey game.
Bishop thinks about teeing up the shot. Instead gives it to Chukrin. Chukrin right back to Bishop. UMass Boston 0 for 1 in the man advantage. Shot score! DeAugustine's got back-to-back 2-goal games, and the Beacons might have just put the cap on this one. What great passing as Bishop, I believe there was a tip somewhere in there to DeAugustine, and it's a 4-1 game.
Yeah, that's just, 2 things I'm seeing there. That's just Bishop knowing what to do, how to get pucks through. He made 2 passes with Chukrin. Once he got it back to him, was able to shoot that puck through. DeAugustine, what a veteran play, just to back off slightly off the crease. And talk about a guy with a hot hand. He literally just took a few strides back off that crease, was able to get enough of an angle to deflect that puck up under the bar. No chance for Ballmer once again. And I'll tell you what, Frankie DeAugustine's the guy you got to get the puck to. That's 2 games now, 2 goals, and another chance at a hat trick.
Yeah, and he's got an assist in this one. He's got 8 goals and 7 assists on the season. That's second best on the Beacons, although Colin Larkin's right behind him. And the crazy thing is, Frankie was one of the lone Beacons to not have a point against Wentworth in that 10-1 thrashing. Well, he sure has gotten his points here this weekend. 2 goals yesterday, 2 goals and an assist today. He's had a hand in all but one of the Beacons' goals during this tournament.
Yeah, without a doubt. The guy, we've always known he's had offensive capability, but he's done a really nice job in the Codfish Bowl and probably in the running for MVP.
gave Chuckrin his credit with the other assist on that goal. So Chuckrin and Bishop the assist. DeAugustine is second of the day, fourth of the weekend. Up top, Crawford looking for the shot. Deflects wide as there was a sea of navy blue shirts in front. Miller has it. Miller trying to go across. Tapped away there. A nice defensive play by a diving Alan Boozer. Colucci taps it down but had nobody there. And it's brought into the zone. Big attempt at him from Crawford. Didn't quite get his full body on him. As Chuckrin evades one player, knocks down another. And the Beacons are taking the physical play to Johnson and Wales.
Beacons look a lot crisper, and I think that second goal they got was a big spark for them. They look faster, they look more crisp than they did in the first period.
It's Chuckrin dumping it in, and Balmer forced to paddle away. It's been a difficult weekend for Joey Balmer. Gave up 5 goals, not all of them his fault. In fact, the 5th goal yesterday was a goal that was scored from behind the goal line on a deflection. Ended up being the game winner, but there really was nothing that Joey could have done about that one. Today he's given up 4 goals, but he's facing some really good competition as Demchuk's taken down, and now it's Fingers trying to keep it with it. Has a couple Beacons right there. As Fingers taken back, and if Johnson will inherit, they could potentially have an odd-man rush, but UMass Boston doing another nice job getting men back. As Bishop fights through, Bishop has one player to the far side, fights through, taking down the Beacons, screaming for a penalty. Not coming as Bishop's back up, and it's controlled. Attempted dunk coming there by Ryan Setti, and it's another nice job by Carter, who's looked so solid in today's game.
Yeah, I wish he would have gone direct on that pass there. He tried to go indirect to Bishop, who had a lane. Not often you see a D-to-D pass between 2 zones, but Carter definitely wanted to just put that on the tape. No need to go indirect there. And you got a tired player in Bishop who's got to come back now. Fortunately enough, it looks like even though they are in between lines, Finger, McStravick, McGregor, who's usually not on that line, is going to have to play a role. But definitely an important draw here with 54 seconds. Don't want to give Johnson and Wales any opportunities.
Veitch wins the faceoff, and there's a big shot actually. Veitch is the player who had the faceoff one back to him, and he had a nice shot. Andrews with the save. Veitch knocks that one down. The Beacons in the middle of the line change. Don't get everybody off. As it's controlled here by Jonathan Ruiz, whose shot is deflected up. And we'll get a stoppage, and the Beacons will get some fresh legs out there.
Yeah, a chance to make a full line change here, which they already have. You'll see Carter coming off, and it looks like Gallagher's going to replace him with Mason on the D, and then this is the true yellow line. Lindsay's back. He replaces McGregor. Another important draw here for McStravick. He's probably going to be the one to take it. Him or Thompson can take draws. It's actually going to be Thompson. I stand corrected. Thompson's going to take the draw.
And Thompson was phenomenal yesterday. The Beacons were really struggling in the faceoff dot. Thompson was one of the few players who did well against SUNY Brockport. 4th line center. It's a nice rush here coming from Ruiz. One of the better players, a player that Peter Belisle specifically identified to me that the Beacons had to constantly locate, as there's McStravick knocking it down off of Luke Nichols. Lindsay coming back, had the first goal on this one. Lindsay looking for a second shot deflected. Right on the doorstep was Thompson, unable to get there. And now rushing back to get this one is Gallagher with 7 seconds, as it'll be an icing. And that top line will come back out. One last chance here with 6.6 seconds to go. They've already combined for goal number 2, 3, and 4. Why not try to get a 5th here with 6.6 ticks left on the clock?
Yeah, they look great so far today, and just really connected on all facets. Might have made some minor adjustments in between periods, but we'll see if Lemire can win this draw here.
Lemire does in fact win it back to DeAugustine. DeAugustine leaving it for Chucker. Chucker's shot off his own player there, and the chance from DeAugustine doesn't get through. It wouldn't have been enough time either way. So after a back and forth first period where they trailed for about 6 minutes, the Beacons taking it to Johnson and Wales just as they did to SUNY Brockport yesterday. The difference? Couple of goals from that top line, and now UMass Boston has to feel a bit more comfortable going into the 3rd.
Yeah, without a doubt. Up 4-1 going into the 3rd at home. You got to think they're going to be able to solidify this as a W, but so far I think the difference has been the transition. We saw a lot of opportunities, even though if they weren't capitalized on, generated through those odd man rushes, and the first line has been consistent throughout this tournament. We've seen DeAugustine, Lemire, and Larkin looked really, really strong. They've had good chemistry, and you see here today a really pretty play. We'll see it, I'm sure, on the highlights, but Larkin, just a nifty little move, was able to put it right on the tape to DeAugustine at full speed, which is very difficult to do, and DeAugustine with the wherewithal to not just fire it on net, but actually corral it to his backhand and tuck it under the bar. So first line's done a really nice job, and like I said, we'll be looking at those highlights in a few minutes.
Yeah, the Beacons getting an overall great effort thus far, and Zach Andrews doing a nice job in net. Gave up one goal on a breakaway that he really couldn't have done much about. A scoreless second period to help the Beacons. We'll take a break right now. Take a look at the men's basketball team, who won't play again until Tuesday when they host Tufts, their first game of second semester. They're at 5-5, a surprising 5-5 for a team that brought just 3 players back. We'll hear from head coach Jason Harris and 2 veterans on that team, and then we'll take a look around the conference, have some stats, and we'll have all of those replays for you. It looks like a long list, and most of them very pro UMass Boston after a very blue-tinted, Beacons blue-tinted second period.
Hi, and welcome back to our last episode of Behind the Beacon for 2015. After graduating 4 starters and returning just 3 players back to the team, UMass Boston men's basketball came into the season with low expectations and a lot of question marks. But after just 1 month of play, the Beacons head into winter break at 5-5 and 1-1 in conference play. We're able to talk to first-year head coach Jason Harris and 2 upperclassmen on the team's early success.
Well, my expectations regarding the year and what everybody kind of had predicted for us, I mean, we're all competitors, so for anybody to tell you before you even get started that you're not going to be any good, I find it offensive. The guys on my team find it offensive. But, you know, from that first practice where we had 20 individuals to where now we have 14 guys, and it is a team, it is a cohesive unit. So I'm pleased with where we've gotten so far, but, you know, we could not win another game all year, and then that changes your perspective. So for right now, I think it's a good start, 5-5, but there was also 5 more opportunities that we let slide.
I think it's just the culture. He came in and he changed the culture. He asked of a lot of the guys. Even though this team isn't very experienced, I feel like we work really hard and we're buying into what he wants us to do, which is be a aggressive defensive team. So thus far, I think it's worked out pretty well.
The biggest surprise for me this year is the fact that everybody comes in to practice every day and just practices harder and harder every day. Some days it's good, some days it's bad, but there's always room for improvement, and we all see that, and we want to get better.
Yeah, I'm most definitely surprised. I didn't expect us to be 5-5 at this point, honestly. We dropped a few games that we should have won, so we should be over 5-5. But like I said, we worked really hard, and with the talent that we have, we all play together really, really well. So I think that's why we've been as successful as we are at this point.
I think this year is just going to be like a really, I don't want to say it's like a foundation kind of year, but sort of in that sense, because people want to see what we have now with a new coach and what we're going to be in the future. So basically saying when the new coach is in, when there's new players, everybody expects us not to be good. But, you know, showing people that's not here or who wants to be here in the future, seeing us that we're working hard and we're not losing games or we're not just always winning games, there's always room for improvement, and that shows that for this program individually that we're going to be better.
I think that what makes this group unique is that, you know, we're like B Company. You know, we're like the Bad News Bears a little bit. You know, we got guys who are cut from other teams, guys who just left school, guys who never played. So everybody kind of brings their own unique style to the program, and because of that, I just think everybody's willing to grind things out, man. Everybody's got an agenda, everybody's got a chip on their shoulder, and right now we're all pulling in the right direction. You know, I think a big thing for us this year, kind of helping us mold, has been the peaks and valleys, you know, that we've had. You know, you talk about getting absolutely drubbed against Salem State at home. I think that might have been the most embarrassing point of my career, and, you know, a lot of probably some of these young careers as well. But then we follow it up, and, you know, we have a good team win against Fitchburg. But then, you know, we have another letdown and kind of don't show up quite a few times, and, you know, we're able to come back again and have a big win against Keene State.
Some of the injuries, it felt like there was like minor setbacks. For people that's coming in this year, I feel like they were like not ready enough, but soon, like they picked it up really quickly, because they knew that if we were losing early, then we would have to win late, and it would be too late for us to become what we want to be. And I feel like with the record we have now is just showing us where we've been at. It's like some games up, some games down, and that played a big role. But I feel like we should be better than what we are, and I feel like we're going to get there soon rather than later.
I think after the Salem State game, Again, that was pretty humbling for us to be a part of it. You know, I took the next day off and went recruiting. I think that's what most head coaches would do in this situation. And then in that following day, we sat down and we watched the entire film, watched every possession, and we were truthful about it. We called it Tell the Truth Wednesday. Told them to check their egos at the door. So after that, I think the guys have pretty much bought in. I think since that, or before that, you know, they hadn't lost. They didn't lose in their scrimmages. They won their first game. So I think that there was a little bit of them feeling themselves. And we needed them kind of to get brought back down, eat some humble pie, and realize, hey, we're not good enough to just show up and win.
I think the practice before Keene State. Coach always talks about practice and preparation, and we practiced really well that practice. We were just together as a team. There was high energy. There was no joking around, and we just did what Coach wanted us to do. We went in, we played hard, and we defended well. So the results were good at the end. Well, like Coach talks about respect, we're not respected. So I just feel like it means a lot to us on paper, and it means a lot to the program, and it sends a message to the rest of the league that UMass Boston isn't going to be a walkover.
So in terms of beating Keene State, you know, not that big of a surprise to me. It's a good win, but at the end of the day, it's only one conference win. So I think we have to keep that in perspective. The expectations moving forward, you know, it's funny, we actually met with the guys yesterday, and nobody's content with where we're at right now. As a coaching staff and as a program, our expectations are to just win the next game we have. You know, it kind of sounds cliche, but your most important game is the one you got.
The Beacons will be back in action on January 5th at 7 p.m. as they host Tufts University. Thanks for watching Behind the Beacon. I'm Haley Dutton, and have a great holiday break.
Sorry about that teaser. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher, as we will bring you the 8th annual Codfish Bowl title game highlights as we preview the Women's Codfish Bowl. But first, we've got the stats for you right now as we look at the second period statistics, and they show that the Beacons doing just a little bit better right now. The shots 16-15. Face-offs pretty even. But the scoreboard shows a different story, with the Beacons coming away with 2 goals from Frankie DeAugustine, and really that first line has just shown all weekend long.
Well, they stepped up huge so far, and I think the biggest thing you saw was that there was a lot of transition opportunities, a lot of odd man rushes in that period that they were able to capitalize on, whether it was off the initial rush or off the ensuing forecheck. And I think you look at the stat line here, obviously the shots relatively the same, saves relatively the same, face-offs across the board. I mean, the power play is really the only significant difference, but I think, you know, the thing that the stats don't show you is the Beacons were cleaner, they were crisper, and they were faster in that period. The first period just seemed like it was a little bit sluggish. Obviously, you can get a little bit of that. Obviously, no hardware on the line, and I think in the second period they woke up a little bit, and this is the type of Beacons team we're used to seeing, a team that's very offensively capable here already with 4 goals, still another period to play.
And it's interesting, the Beacons' penalty kill has been phenomenal. We talked about it, 25 of 26. Now they're a perfect 3 for 3 today. That power play goal could be just what they need to spark it. That was tic-tac-toe, maybe took all of 12 seconds after the penalties. Right now we'll take a look at the highlights. We've got a ton for you. And honestly, we have some more defensive highlights than normal, along with some big hits.
Yeah, there's a big hit to start off the period, and then you see a high stick here. A little bit of a cross check, but anyway, block shot. There's a nice hit by Mason earlier on in the period. That thing was huge. Here's a block shot. That was Gallagher, I believe, and then a nice Mason rather, and a nice backhand save by Andrews. I think next we should have the first goal. Oh no, another save. That was off the mask. We talked about that when you see Andrews being able to wiggle it off, and did a nice job on using his head literally. But here's a nice goal. There's Lemire. Look at the patience, and then just be able to find it in front. You see that puck fluttering. Larkin was the one that jammed it home, and the net, you see it right there, very much off, but they decided, the referees did that. Ballmer was the one that actually initiated contact. Nice save by Andrews. You see that just over the net. He almost made a save on that play too, which is pretty incredible. Here's another goal. This is the one I was talking about. Nice little move by Larkin there, right on the tape, and then DeAugustine. That's an NHL goal right there. Maybe at a little bit higher speed is the only thing that'd be different, but a nice move by Larkin to be able to get that puck into an area where he could get it to DeAugustine, to then DeAugustine with the wherewithal. That's a senior play, not just to fire the one-timer, but to actually corral it, go to the backhand, and tuck it underneath the bar. Nice job by DeAugustine there. There's that huge block shot we saw there by Chuckrin, another one who's been sacrificing the body today. Andrews with another save. He's looked strong throughout this game. There's the block shot by Mistradek, and then watch the wheels here. Wasn't able to get that far in the highlight, but again, another block shot. And look at that's the play that I think, again, DeAugustine's in the zone where he's just able to know how the play's developing. And the thing I like about DeAugustine is he's got a great shot, but he knows he's a smart hockey player. You saw there Bishop and him connecting on a really, that's a chemistry play. You don't really draw that up. Bishop was able to kind of not just shoot the puck on net or try to find an opportunity to try and get someone backdoor, but actually make it like a shot pass onto DeAugustine's blade, who was able to then just deflect it underneath the bar. So a nice job, DeAugustine, with a huge period, and we talked about it, has really played really strong this whole tournament. We've seen him now 4 goals with a bunch of assists included as well. So DeAugustine's done a nice job leading this way, and that first line in general has done a nice job offensively, being the catalyst for the entire squad.
And Matt, let's go back to that goal. I mean, we have some great camera work, and look at the replay. You can see Ballmer actually kick it off right there.
That's exactly right.
And then the shot comes about a second and a half up, flipped, and that's what I saw initially, and it's good to see if the referees made the right decision. They don't have the benefit of instant replay, but also I want to give some credit. Ryan Kaufman down there on ice level had some really good camera work down there, especially on the DeAugustine goal. We're really lucky to have some committed cameramen here who are student athletes looking to make an extra buck and doing a nice job as well.
Without a doubt, it's been awesome to have these types of angles from a broadcasting standpoint. But you're right, and the refs made a good call, not blowing that play dead. And even though the goaltender did clearly knock the goal off its mooring, did a nice job continuing to play, and the Beacons continued to play until they heard a whistle. So a nice job there, and you're 100% right, Seth. We get a great job from our camera crew, and they've done a really nice job today as well.
We're going to move along and take a look around Beaconville. No updates from today, but we want to keep you abreast of what's going on yesterday and in the future. The women's basketball team earning their 400th win in program history yesterday. The women's hockey team will start the 9th annual Codfish Bowl. They've won just one Codfish Bowl. That came back in 2014. They'll take on SUNY Canton. And then the men's basketball team opens play on January 5th at 7 p.m. Now we'll take a look around the New England Hockey Conference. 2 other games going on, 2 games going on later. And while the Beacons are having their way, New England College and SUNY Canton, they're in a fun 1-3-3. Castleton, 7-0 loss yesterday, down 6-0 after 2. That's a team with a new coach, a young goalie, and they are struggling. But Matt, let's tee up those 2 late games. That last game in particular is going to be a great one.
Almost a must win for Norwich. I think a team that really struggled. Usually Norwich is top of the conference, top of the not only the conference, but top of the national poll as well. We saw them. You mentioned 4 losses already on the season in the first half, something we're not accustomed to. In a huge game against Trinity College, the defending D3 champions. So that's a big game at 5 o'clock at Norwich, a tough place to play. But also Babson with a tough battle last night against Amherst. They ended up winning that game 4-2, going up against an Endicott College team that is young and very hungry to get a nice win. But the game of the night is probably going to be that Trinity College and Norwich University matchup.
We'll look ahead right now for UMass Boston. 2 conference games next weekend that, in my mind, are almost must-wins. You can't look ahead to Babson with 2 good teams, especially on the road. But if you can go to 8-0, the more wins you can get against all those other teams, avoiding a slip-up like Norwich did against Skidmore College in their home barn, then losing at UMass Boston and Babson. If the Beacons can just avoid losing against everybody but Babson and Norwich, already have a win against Norwich, they're going to put themselves in position to be playing for a championship, a regular season championship, in that final weekend. That's hard to do when Norwich has won 17 straight conference titles, but all those came in the ECAC East, not the New England Hockey Conference.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But again, you don't want to look too far ahead. Obviously, you want to finish the job tonight. And then on the road against St. Anselm, New England College, 2 tough places to play, and then the home and home with Babson, the rivalry weekend. So a lot to be said and ready to go. I think the Beacons are ready to go for the second half of the season here.
Yeah, we'll see if Johnson and Wills can get back into this one. Remember, we talked about in the pregame, -3 overall in the first period. Even in the second period, they're +13 on the year in the third. They're going to need to add a couple more pluses on that side if they're going to get back into this game. They outscored Westfield State 2-1 yesterday, fell behind 5-2. Came back and cut it to 5-4. We're on the power play, up 2 men. It's 6-on-4 late, but couldn't tie it. And now we'll see the Beacons see if they can cruise in this one, or if Johnson & Wales has a little bit left in them as the Beacons look for their 10th win of the year. Johnson & Wales looking to avoid falling to 500 at 5-5-3. Johnson & Wales wins the opening face-off. It's into the Beacons' end as they go from left to right. Skipping around this time, the Beacons will start with their first line as Andrews makes the save for the point on Manziotti. Puck sent around, bounces out for DeAugustine. Bad turnover, but Bates sends it high. We've seen a couple of Johnson & Wales' best players struggle to put it on net.
Yeah, and you see Lyle making a quick change there. It's not how you want to start a period. Forcing Andrews to make 2 saves, almost a third. If that puck wasn't deflected, he's going to throw out his second line with Miller, Colucci, and Santa Pass on the wing.
And an interesting note, we got a couple of tweets during the intermission. Cody Sarmiento, one of the players for Johnson & Wales, a senior forward out of Sarasota, Florida, is actually really good friends with Jeremy Finger and Zach Andrews, 2 players from the Orlando area. Andrews makes another save. So a fun time for them to all get to play against each other here in their senior season. These 2 teams did not play last year, but did play multiple times during the 2013 calendar year. Puck sent around the boards. Andrews couldn't quite get to it, and the Beacons will control it. Miller avoiding a big hit from Sarmiento, trying to get it ahead for Santa Pass, will wheel turn and tries to find Colucci, who's still chasing after with Aaron Arm unable to control. We'll go the other way with Sarmiento. So bring him up once and now a couple more times. Of course, the kick save from Andrews, who's been very good. Remember, he had just 1 goal allowed his last time out against Johnson & Wales back in 2013, 31-32. He's been very good today as well. Through 2 periods, he was 22 of 23. Crawford behind his own net. Crawford onto the stick of Santa Pass. Santa Pass will send it a little bit behind Miller, who will leave it for Colucci as the Beacons looking to get a change. Colucci and Miller stay on, but the other 3 players change. Demchuk out there from the 3rd line, and now it's controlled here by Carriafoul's big slap shot, but it goes well wide. Onto the stick of Alan Boozer. Boozer gets knocked off the puck. Onto the stick of Carriafoul, sends it out wide here. Shot maybe
off the crossbar.
Yeah. Wasn't quite sure if it was the glove of Andrews in the crossbar, but either way, that shot going from right to left quite quickly as the puck will come loose, and Alex Demchuk onto the stick of David McGregor. That's a funny little line in terms of geographic location. You got Azusa, California, and Calgary, Alberta. Wonder what the average temperature difference is between those 2 players when they go home. It's controlled by Finger. Finger a little bit behind. And actually, that makes 3 different players. Oh! David McGregor not quite able to stretch out and get that pass from Demchuk as he was all alone out in front. Luke Nichols sends a shot a little bit wide, bounces out the Finger in his first game back since November. Bishop takes out the linesman along with the defender. Now the shot from McGregor forces a kick save from Balmer, who's given up 9 goals on the weekend. Not quite his normal style as he finished 2nd in the country last year during the regular season with this 9.52 save percentage. Rather 9.52. 9.52 would be a really weird number as it's lost at the blue line and controlled here by Johnson & Wales. Able to bring it in, but offsides was Michael Mazzato. And the Beacons will be forced to take a face-off just outside their own zone.
Seth, I don't like the way UMass has started this 3rd period. It seems extremely relaxed. I know they're up 3 and obviously have a lot of momentum going into the period, but just don't seem to have the same energy they had in the 2nd period. And with 17 minutes left, if Johnson & Wales is able to get a couple, you've got a hockey game on your hands.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same way that yesterday's game played out, as Colin Larkin thought he had touched up, but DeAugustine's going to be whistled offsides. Westfield State scored a fluky goal after being outplayed at the start of the period, went up 5-2, and it looked like they went into a bit of cruise control. This Johnson & Wales team can score and score quickly, and that they nearly had the comeback from a similar 3-goal deficit. They trailed 4-1 in the 2nd, 5-2 in the 3rd, so a lot of parallels to be drawn here. We'll see if the Beacons can hold off a similar comeback as Lemire leaves it off for Bishop into the glove of Larkin. Larkin gives it back to Bishop, and now Bates looking for a change will come off as it's controlled by Johnson & Wales at their own blue line. Bringing it out of the zone is Arm. Arm will dump in. The rest of the Johnson & Wales players will come off. And now it's Carter trying to send it to the far side. Instead, it's knocked down. Bishop right back to Carter with the player chasing him. Onto the stick of DeAugustine, who had 2 goals yesterday, 2 more today. Pass just behind Larkin, and that'll be an easy icing call for our officiating crew.
Yeah, just slightly off. It seems like after that period, UMass kind of said, okay, well, we've got this one, but that's really not the case. And you see there in icing, DeAugustine trying to connect with Larkin going across the blue line, wasn't able to do so. An in-zone faceoff with 16-12 left in the period.
If nothing else, Zach Andrews is not going to be able to say that he was bored out there today. He's seen a lot more shots than the last time we saw Zach in a 3-0 shutout win over St. Michael's. She only had to make about 25 saves. And that was actually, that tied the program record with his third collegiate shutout. That shot goes a little bit wide up the stick of his arm, may have been deflected. Coming after this one and taking a huge hit is Chukrin, as he just avoided getting hit in the head there. Now Lindsay looking to turn, avoids contact, but gives it back to Johnson and Wells in their own zone. Lindsay out there with Sanipass and Thompson. So Sanipass, the lone player out there from the second line, with the fourth line trying to get out there. Big hit for Chukrin as he takes out Stephen Brucato. Crawford gets hit behind the play. Sanipass trying to flip it for Thompson. And now Sanipass will still do it. I wonder if the Meekins have changed up their lines. Now Thompson will head off as Sanipass is out there well before the rest of his line mates. Andrews forced to make the save from the blue line. Lindsay looking to chip it ahead. He finds McGregor, and the Meekins lines are all kinds of screwy right now, as McGregor forced to bring it back. And Sanipass looking to keep it in, and the puck will be kept in by McGregor. On to stick of Sanipass. Nice look for Finger. Couldn't quite get there. And now Finger is pushed off the puck. Controlled there by Drew Carrifiles. Carrifiles ahead for Boozer. Boozer flips it in. Andrews makes the save and then dies out after it. He couldn't quite control the rebound.
Yeah, a little bit of off the rebound. That puck was bouncing and spinning a little bit, and he's talking with Brett about it now, about what was going on there, and just a little bit of a miscommunication. You mentioned a kind of a unique opportunity yesterday with Brockport. One of the Kangas brothers put up 2 and had the game winner against UMass. Tonight against Johnson and Wales, they face the other Kangas brother.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think they were really looking forward to seeing another Kangas after the way SUNY Brockport's Kangas fared yesterday. Ryan had a huge game. Shot to score. Matt Lemire with a snipe from the near circle. And the Meekins make it a 4-goal game. And that is something that is very unique to Matt Lemire, as not many players in the division level can be that accurate from that distance.
Out of nowhere. That's the capability Matt Lemire has. That's the type of shot and release he has. Out of nowhere on a simple, little bit of an odd man rush. They did have Larkin on the weak side streaking, but simple cut play. You see it all the time at all types of levels. DeAugustine enters the zone, was able to make a nice little drop pass to Lemire. Lemire puts it under the bar, and that release is just all time. He was able to create somewhat of a screen on the defenseman. I think that's why Ballmer had trouble seeing it off the blade, but regardless, that was a laser labeled right underneath the bar. Nice shot for Lemire. It's a 5-1 hockey game.
Yeah, that's Lemire's 8th goal to tie Frankie DeAugustine, who has 8. DeAugustine now has 2 goals and 2 assists. He has 4 goals and 2 assists on the weekend. What a weekend for Frankie DeAugustine, who now has 16 points, which is second on the Beacons behind Lemire, who now has 21 points in just 12 games. Controlled here by Johnson and Wells, trying to get out of their own zone. And now it'll be Crawford. One thing to note, Johnson and Wells has done a really nice job after every Beacons goal, but here's a chance for Miller. One-on-one with the goalie, sends it just a little bit high. Ballmer might have gotten a little on that.
Yeah, just a piece. The puck was also rolling on Miller. I don't think he had the accuracy he wanted.
Brett Mason gets the second assist on that one. Chukrin's going to look for a shot. Ballmer makes the save. The referee blows the whistle. We had a great look at the rebound. It was sitting there just outside the crease, but the referee thought otherwise, and we'll get a face-off coming out.
Yeah, puck was not only loose, it was extremely loose, but Miller's going to get called for a penalty here. After the whistle, he came in. I think he was a little bit frustrated. He took a big hit on the wall, and after that whistle was blown, he threw a little bit of a shoulder. Refs decide to call it. Could have gone either way. Miller's talking to him now, saying that was really close to when the whistle was blown, but regardless, they're going to give him 2.
The issue there was Miller on the attempted clear. The whistle had blown. The play is over. A Johnson and Wells player saw the loose puck and took a slap shot right at Miller's cage trying to clear the puck. Miller took exception, which I think I would too, as have to be a little bit worried when the puck's coming from about 3 or 4 feet away from you right at your face. And that caused the frustration as Andrews makes another save. He's been busy here in the third. The Beacons 3 for 3 on the penalty kill today, trying to make it a perfect 4 for 4. Johnson and Wells just 2 shots on the power play thus far. Their power play has really struggled despite having great stats coming into this weekend. Johnson and Wells pinning the Beacons in. They still have 1:29 to go on the man advantage. 12:51 to go The Beacons, since giving up that first goal, have scored 5 in a row. Near side, it's Brucato. Brucato leaving it down low for Sarmiento. Sarmiento wearing the C, one of a couple players on Johnson and Wells. Up top, he finds Arm. Arm being pressured there by Jeremy Finger. Finger out there with McGregor, Gallagher, and Crawford. Up top, slap shot goes way high. That time, missing high and wide was Veach. Controlled there and kept in. It's up top to Arm. Arm thinks about the shot. He's still skating with it. Leaves it for Sarmiento. Sarmiento from just outside the circle. Up top for Veach. Veach looking for a shot. Missed well wide the last time. Back over to Sarmiento. Sarmiento to the near side, and that one's blocked. A nice job by Crawford getting in the way of that look from Alan Boozer. The Beacons have done a great job with shot boxes. That time it goes off the stick of Crawford, who's using his big body to get in the way of a lot of looks. A nice job by the senior out of Medford, Massachusetts. Johnson and Wells with 30 seconds left. The Beacons have been out there for a full minute with this group. They're looking for that short change. Controlled by Brucato. Brucato gets all the way across, looking for Sarmiento as that one skipped over the stick of David McGregor. Turnaround chance, and that wraparound was nearly put in, but a nice job by Andrews denied Ruiz, and the Beacons are going to change as that puck is sent to left of the ice.
And a nice job by Crawford there. 2 block shots and then was able to clear the puck. We saw a little bit earlier on, he was getting away from his game. I mentioned he just needed to relax, and that's the type of defense I'm used to seeing there. He did a nice job blocking those shots and not allowing them towards the net.
Johnson and Wells now 0 for 4 on the man advantage. They went 1 for 4 yesterday, but they also gave up a shorthanded goal. It's Bishop ahead onto the stick of Thompson. Couldn't hold on to it as Demchuk was skating to his right. Would have been a 2-on-1. Back in the top line out there for Johnson and Wells. Fighting on the near side. 3 Beacons, 2 Johnson and Wells players kept in. And it's a great pass out in front by Bates. But a nice save there on Michael Mazzata as Andrews has been up to the test here in the third period. In fact, hasn't given up a goal since about the 13-minute mark of the first. Has looked very good. And Matt, I mean, we have a lot of time to talk about this, but it'll be interesting to see what happens next week. We both agree that Billy Fowles could have done a little bit more on that third goal yesterday, and Andrews has looked really good his last 2 times out.
It'll be interesting to see how they finish the game.
Lemire with it, and that's a very good point. Still 10:29 to go. Lemire already with 1 goal, backhand chance. Balmer does a nice job to cut off the angle. Lemire gets it back off the stick of Larkin. Up top, unable to keep that one, it is Chukrin. Chukrin looking to turn. Nice job staying calm there. Onto the stick of DeAugustine, who tips it over to Larkin. Larkin with Lemire out in front. Tapped down by a Wildcat. Diving towards the net as Larkin. Puck is loose, and it's picked up by a Johnson Wells player, but almost not brought out. And finally it is, as that one is dumped into the glove of Andrews, who bobbles with it a bit. But unlike the BU goaltender in last year's national championship, he drops it outside his own net.
Yeah, O'Connor. I'm sure he's happy you brought that up, but
as a BU fan, it hurt no one more than myself.
I can imagine, but maybe only O'Connor. But you're right here. Andrews has been busier in the third period. He's been looked very solid in net, making nice saves. He looks quick on his feet. Throughout the game, he's only had to make a handful of saves here and there, but in this third period, he's been quite busy and been up to the task, done a nice job.
Brett Nason with some speed, has an assist in this one, looking to dive through a player, gets double teamed, Satapas joins him, and it's controlled behind the net by Veich. Veich up top onto the stick of a Johnson & Wells player. Now it's controlled by Boozer. Boozer gets stripped of the puck there, and it's controlled by Mason. The game once again opening up just as it did late in the second period. Miller looking to go one-on-one. Balmer the save. Second opportunity by Miller goes wide. Mason the turnaround shot. Balmer makes the save. Doesn't know where it is, but it's inside his pads, and we'll get a stop.
Nice move by Miller to take what the defenseman was giving him. Rather than try to get one of those signature Ovechkin plays inside out, try to get towards the net. Instead, he just takes it wide, takes a shot on goal, forces Balmer to make a save. I like the way he's played yesterday. Gave him a little bit of a hard time. Thought he could bring more to the table. Tonight, he's done a nice job stepping up physically and has a few shots on goal. Be nice to see if he can get a point before the night's over.
Johnson & Wells brings it out of their own zone, but it's knocked right back in there by Alex Demchuk. We've seen great work by this first line, who has 4 goals, 2 yesterday, so give him 6 on the weekend. Turnaround chance for McGregor, but it's knocked down by Michael Mazzata, who is right in front of him. It'd be great to see this second or third line get a goal, as they've really been cold all weekend long. They've been playing better today, but haven't been able to find the back of the net. Zach Lindsay scored for the 4th line in the opening goal of this contest for UMass Boston. They've scored 5 in a row after we saw Ben Brouillard score a really nice breakaway goal against Zach Andrews. Finger tees up a shot well wide. Might be a little bit of the rust, as that puck was also fluttering on him a little bit. Lemire back out there. Pass it back to the trailer. That's Carter. Shot doesn't get through. And it'll be controlled there by Aaron Arm. Arm floats it out to center ice. Settled by finger roll head to the bench. Bishop tries to get it ahead for Larkin. Nice job breaking it up by Steven Mercado. Mercado stripped to the puck off the face mask that time of Lemire. The Meekins have a chance for another 3-on-2. Larkin looking at his options. To Lemire, far side. Knocked down by a player. DeAugustine's turnaround shot was going wide. Instead it deflected off of Sarmiento and over the net. As the Meekins, that top line seems to get good chances even when there's tons of players backing. Now Carter takes a hard shot, and he's giving a long look right there at Jonathan Ruiz. Did not appreciate that.
Yeah, he took that one right off the boot, and more than anything, I mean, that hurts real good. But at a 5-1 hockey game with 8 minutes left, I think he would have had, from that distance, no problem letting Andrews take that one. Instead, takes it right off the boot, and you can see him flexing it. The only reason I laugh is because I know what that feels like. Your whole foot goes numb. It's not a good feeling, and fortunately enough, it doesn't seem like it's too serious, but good job by Carter. He gets credit for a block shot.
Control behind the net by Johnson and Wales. They got the opening goal. They haven't scored since as they try to avoid an 0-2 weekend. They came into this, their fourth Codfish Bowl all-time appearance, at 3-3 all-time. Lost yesterday, a close one, 5-4 to Westfield State. Trying to keep that record even, but they need a big comeback here with 7:33 to play. Behind the net, brought back out to Beach. Beach thought about it, sends it out wide onto the stick of Nichols. Nichols' shot doesn't get through, and it's picked up by Matt Lemire, who just looks so confident as this game has gone on. Lemire skating 2-on-3, trying to get all the way to the net, and he's being held onto there by a player in Nichols, and then the pass from DeAugustine gets tipped back out to center ice where Crawford chases it down. Controlled by Crawford. Crawford over to DeAugustine. DeAugustine's pass is knocked down at center ice. Back into the Beacon zone where Gabe Chuckrin calmly will settle that one down. Crawford loses it in instincts, but he's got Frankie DeAugustine right there for a little bit of help. And it'll be sent out towards center ice where Derek Colucci gets it. Puck sent over to the far side. Johnson and Wales trying to get it out, unable to do so. Some nice work there by Sanipass, and another nice job by Colucci. Colucci leaving it for Sanipass, wasn't there. Bishop couldn't quite get there in time, and he'll have to dish it back to Brian Carter as the Beacons touch up. Carter's pass, a little bit out of the reach of Colucci, finds Miller. Miller weaves in and out, centering pass for Sanipass a bit behind. Back to the near side, Bishop tees it up, and a save from Ballmer with Garrison Sanipass looming over him.
I would have loved to see Sanipass take away his eyes there. You got your defenseman Bishop, who you know has an accurate shot. You can trust him there. He's not going to blast you with it. Would have loved to see Sanipass just take one step in front of Ballmer and try to either tip it, take his eyes away. He's just a little bit off to the side, gave Ballmer enough of a look at it to not only make the save, but covered up, no secondary opportunity.
Thompson, Sarmiento in the face-off dot. Sarmiento wins it. Johnson and Wales go straight to the puck. It's Lindsay. Had the first one, his fifth of the season, his fifth of his career for the junior out of Egg Harbor Township. Keeps it in over to Bishop. Bishop has been active. Bishop behind the net, looking for, that's Demchuk, out top for Carter, thought about the shot. Not really an offensive defenseman. Back down low for Demchuk. Takes a big hit, but able to get it over to Lindsay. Lindsay has Bishop if he can find him, but he's fighting off a player there in Sarmiento, and a nice job by Sarmiento to take away a potential great look for Bishop as it's controlled and brought out of the zone by Aaron Arm. Arm finds Brucato, who can't get back up as he has two players around him. Bishop will chip it out towards center ice where it's controlled by Connor Bates. And with 5:29 to go, Johnson and Wales running out of time. Brucato gets a touch and Bishop a clear. Bishop up ahead for DeAugustine, looking for the hat trick. DeAugustine shot, Ballmer the save as Ballmer once again coming far out. Chance to the backside, and now it's a second opportunity. Third look as Mike Thompson had a chance for his first collegiate goal, just put it right into the pads of Ballmer with an empty net. Shot from the point, Mason the save, no one out in front, and Ballmer will get the cover up.
Oh, tough goal for Thompson. I mean, you don't get much better of an opportunity there to get your first, but wasn't able to do so. DeAugustine, again, he's been buzzing all night. We saw him again there on the rush. Another shot on goal for him. And a great opportunity. Ballmer coming up, he looks very tired. He's sagging his head. He didn't even watch that face-off be dropped. I think he's extremely tired. And with 5 minutes left, he's trying to run out the clock as much as UMass is.
Well, you would think he would be pretty tired. He's a guy who's used to giving up maybe a goal, 2 goals a game. Gave up 5 yesterday, 5 today. Westfield State and UMass Boston have so much offensive talent, and his defensemen have not helped him out nearly enough as the Beacon's top line is out there looking for a little bit more. Shot from Gallagher, saved by Ballmer, second chance. DeAugustine almost put it home, but it looks like it was the defenseman Number 16, Nicholas Pezza, robbing Frankie from another home hat trick. He's had a couple over the years.
Oh, he wanted the trick. I mean, we didn't have an angle on it. It'd be interesting to see from the camera angle down there how close it actually came, but definitely puck was behind Ballmer. DeAugustine had one whack on it. Not sure how it didn't cross over the goal line. He had 2 goals yesterday. We'd love to see him be able to get the hat trick today, complete the 3, but regardless, has played extremely well today, and I think not only in the running for a star of the game, but could possibly be, if the Beacons were in a different position, maybe fighting for a championship, could be in the running for an MVP type of Codfish Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if the Beacons won the championship, they would have 2 players on the all-tournament team. I think it's pretty obvious Frankie DeAugustine's going to be their selection. I think if there was a second selection, you could talk about Colin Larkin, you could talk about Matt Lemire. My pick is still Garrett Gallagher for that guy who deserves a lot of credit. But I think you could also talk about a lot of different guys. Unfortunately, in the consolation game, you get just 1. But this is the kind of bounce-back game you desperately wanted to see from UMass Boston here on day 2. After not the worst of performances on day 1, but still not doing what they wanted to do, falling 3-2 in a game. They outshot SUNY Brockport by a 50-21 margin. Chukrin's shot, another save for Ballmer, who, if nothing else, is racking up the save statistics here, as he has been peppered with shots here in the latter portion of the 3rd period. Although he has allowed just the 1 goal here in the 2nd after giving up 3 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd. Miller gets in front of that attempted clear. Crawford can't keep it in. Chance for a 2-on-1. Sarmiento skating in with Mercado. Sarmiento, Mercado, backhand shot, score. Andrews lunged for it. He had no chance.
Yeah, tough play by Crawford. Didn't give much help to Chukrin there. It was a 2-on-1, almost a 3-on-1 there, and a nice play, tic-tac-toe play, almost similar to the Larkin to the Augustine goal we saw earlier, this time just for Johnson and Wales, and that crossing pass was able to corral it, tuck it back as Andrews came across the goal line, able to go where he just came from to make it a 5-2 hockey game with 3:45 left in the 3rd period.
Yeah, give Mercado his 4th goal of the season, Sarmiento his 7th assist, and we talked about Sarmiento and Andrews having a little bit of that friendship. I'm sure Sarmiento would have loved the win, but he'll have a little bit of bragging rights on Zach after that one. A nice little tic-tac-toe pass, and Johnson and Wales gets the first one back. They still need 3 more to force overtime and then a potential shootout. Rather, no shootout in the consolation game. This game would end as a tie as I look back to last year. The Beacons nearly forced a turnover. Good work by Jeremy Finger out there with Zach Lindsay and David McGregor. The puck comes out. It's Bishop with it. Bishop onto the stick of Finger, rather Lindsay and then Finger. And the Beacons are called for offsides.
Well, with 3:07 here left in the 3rd period, really what you want to do is just end on a high note. The last thing you want to do is let Johnson and Wales creep into this game. If they get another one, those scores do matter. In terms of the national poll, obviously the loss yesterday, UMass is going to fall out of that 5 spot, but I believe the people who do place votes in the poll do look at the scores, so you want to beat teams handily as well. It's similar to the BCS back in the day, and the last thing you want to do is have such a solid game and have the scoreboard not reflect it.
Well, Matt, I know a little bit more about this, as I was able to vote 1 season, and it's really just about, you have people from the West who don't have any knowledge of the teams from the East. They're more focused on the teams out there. So all you can really go off of is statistics and how bad you beat a team. Now you can beat a team 5-2 with 2 empty netters, or you can beat a team 5-2 like the way the Beacons have, but people don't necessarily know that because they might not take the time to look through every single box score, as it's a secondary position. It's not something you get paid to do necessarily. So it's one of those things where, yes, it looks nice, but remember, Matt, the people who are actually paid to do it, the people who come up with the NCAA rankings for potential at-large bids, those people do look at everything much past the scores, and those won't come back out for another month or so.
Sure thing.
So it's controlled behind the net right here by Michael Mazzato. Mazzato over to Frankie DeAugustine, flips it looking ahead for Lemire, who's sitting on 1 goal, and it's bounced out of play off the back of the backup goalie for Johnson and Wales, and we'll get a stoppage with 1:57 to play.
Yeah, and again, it remains true. I mean, the other thing you want to think about is making sure that guys are healthy. If guys are dealing with any type of injury or stuff, maybe think about just sitting the rest of the game out. With a 5-2 game, the win's pretty much in hand. The last thing you want to do is push the envelope, and I know some guys might be struggling after a quick turnaround, back-to-back games, and a 24-hour period, you want to make sure if you're nursing anything that you just kind of take the win and move on and get some ice on it.
And the good thing for UMass Boston is with this next couple of days off, no classes, these guys can get into the training room, take some extra ice baths, really take care of their body before the games next week as Andrew is forced to make a save on an on-rushing Drew Carrifiles. And now some pushing out to the play. As Dave Chucker didn't appreciate it, and Garrison Satterfast fulfilling his role, coming in and protecting the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, that's right, and just a little extracurricular stuff. Obviously with Johnson and Wales down 5-2 late in the third, they know what's coming. Probably going to go in the loss column for them and taking a little bit after the whistle stuff, but no love lost between these two clubs. We mentioned in the pregame, we've seen a lot of each other in the past few seasons and a lot of back and forth. Guys start remembering numbers and names, and you're starting to see that a little bit tonight. It was definitely had a physical, more when this game was a close bid. A lot of physical encounters. It's died down a little bit here late in the third because UMass has taken such a big lead, but these teams are very familiar with each other.
And remember, folks, stick around for game number 2 as we have matching penalties here. It's Chuckrin and Drew Carrifiles in the box for the final period of regulation. 1:15 to go, 1:40 to go on their penalties. We'll have the broadcast of game number 2 between Johnson and Wales, SUNY Brockport will be the home team, and Westfield State. There will be no audio, but we will have the full 4-camera setup and a scoreboard for you. So if you want to watch some good hockey before some of those later games, Norwich and Trinity playing at 5, or if you just want to watch multiple hockey games, we'll have that one for you. Always interesting to see. Last year was a great championship game as Connecticut College defeated nationally ranked Lake Forest College out of Illinois in a shootout. Lemire can't quite handle it. Ballmer does a nice job to come off. We're playing 4-on-4. Play is opened up. The Beacons looking for one last goal. It's Carter. Carter has Gallagher to the near side. Instead, he takes the shot, rebound loose, poked just behind Lemire with 25 left. Carter still controlling. Gallagher looking for that first goal, sends it off the knee of a player, and now controlling front round chance. Lemire scores once again. That's his second. And the Beacons tack on a late goal. You said finish on a high note. Not a lot of celebration, but a very nice goal from Matt Lemire on the wraparound.
You play until the game's over. I mean, even though you're up 5-2, Lemire saw an opportunity on the wraparound to tuck it home, and why wouldn't you? You get yourself another point, and again, ending on a high note really sets a tone. A 6-2 win looks a lot more impressive than a 5-2 win. I have nothing against him being able to tuck that home and playing until the game's over.
I mean, Matt Lemire has had a tremendous game. His second goal, he's got 2 goals and an assist today. He had 2 assists yesterday. Johnson and Wales wins the faceoff, and they'll look to kill off the final 10 seconds. Rolled here by a player who slips to the ice. DeAugustine has it. And they'll just send it back around the boards, and that'll do it. So after dropping a tough one yesterday in which they had a chance to take the lead a lot in that third, gave up a late goal, the Beacons come back, bounce back in a big way. A huge second period, outscoring Johnson and Wales 3-0, and then 2 goals from Matt Lemire here in the third to win 6-2. Matt, your initial thoughts on this one as UMass Boston gets back into the win column after a tough one yesterday?
Yeah, quite simply, I think this is the team that we're used to seeing from UMass, a team that puts up a lot of points offensively, gets solid goaltending. They've had that, and I think what we saw tonight was a team that knew what they were up against. They can't drop another one. They knew they didn't want to repeat what happened last year where the Codfish really was something that held them back from doing anything nationally. And here you have it, although they lost yesterday to Brockport and they won't walk away with any type of championship, did a really nice job following up the second game with a 6-2 win over a very competitive Johnson and Wales team. So UMass taking a step in the right direction and starting off, getting their first win in 2016 back to the 500 level.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good to see, I think, for UMass Boston to get Jeremy Finger that game. And one guy we talked a little bit about, but not a ton about, is the potential impact of getting Albie Daly back for conference play. UMass Boston didn't think he might be back until the middle of February. Albie, a guy who's constantly in the weight room, and he's going to be back next week, or so they hope if there's no setbacks. That could be a huge addition for UMass Boston to get their full lineup back heading into conference play.
Might be an interesting guy to talk to for the postgame.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of options today. We'll take a break right now, play you some commercials, and then we'll have an interview with Peter Belisle and an interview with an unknown Beacon. We'll have to talk about that. 3 stars and the final stats right here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Don't go anywhere, folks.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal Lated. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris, the subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those major.
So we're back here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Matt Meisenbacher with you just to wrap things up, show you the highlights from today's game. We'll start off, we'll show you all the goals from today. Here's that first pass coming through. We saw this early, or halfway through the second period rather. Johnson Wales able to score that first goal to take a 1-0 lead at 6:42 of the first period. UMass answered back. A nice play by Gow to get that puck to Lindsay. Was able to shoot that hard wrist shot 5-hole on Baller to make this a 1-1 hockey game. Here's the second goal by UMass. This was the patience by Lemire. You saw that the net is off there, but Beacons continue to play, and Larkin did a nice job being able to tuck that home to take a 2-1 lead. Here's the prettiest play, in my opinion, of the game. Nice play by DeAugustine, just able to tuck that home, but it really started with Larkin just to create a little bit of space in order to get that pass to DeAugustine, and in my opinion, the prettiest goal. That was a 3-1 Beacons lead with 11:47 of the second period. This is the second play. Look at this play by Bishop, just right on the tape. DeAugustine able to deflect that right underneath the bar. Just a real pretty hockey play and good chemistry between two guys that have offensive capability. That was a power play goal from DeAugustine to make it 4-1 at 3:20 of the second. Here we are in the third. This was that twisted wrister by Lemire right underneath the bar, and you see he was able to create a little bit of screen on his defenseman there. Johnson and Wales defenseman being Vetch, who was screening his own goaltender. This was the late goal by Johnson and Wales, that backdoor play similar to the Larkin and DeAugustine goal. No chance for Andrews. That made it 5-2. The game was virtually over at that point, and then UMass really late at the end there. Lemire, you see another opportunity to score a goal. He's able to do so, and there's your final with 20 seconds left. That made it 6-2. Beacons able to walk away with a win, so a nice win again. Beacons able to make up for that loss yesterday to Brockport. They beat Johnson and Wales 6-2 in the consolation game of the Codfish Bowl. We'll be back after this with interviews with Coach Blyle and a player of the game.
give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics afford students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Come on, Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal laid it. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
And welcome back to the Beacons Ice Arena. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Matt Meisenbacher. Got the final stats right now as we got the stats from the third period and a look at the final stats overall. Matt, once again, the Beacons outscoring Johnson & Wales in the period. The stats are pretty close except for the face-offs, which were just dominant. But you look at UMass Boston, 47-37. Both of these teams normally shooting pretty high. Doing a great job on the power play. UMass Boston 1 of 2. Johnson & Wales 0 of 4 on the game. And it just looks like another total team effort going back to where they were the first half of the season. The second and third line didn't do a great job yesterday. I think they had a much better impact today.
Yeah, obviously, people at home, the numbers you see on your screen aren't necessarily the numbers that reflect the final team statistics. I think that's more for the third period. But regardless, Ballmer did a nice job in net, 41 saves, just wasn't able to do as well as Lockhurst did yesterday and keep his team in it. And I think from a UMass Boston standpoint, this was the type of game, this was the type of effort you wanted to see through and through. The last thing you wanted to do is come into this game, and yes, just because it's a consolation game, you kind of throw it away. These games matter nationally. You want to maintain all that hard work you had in the first half. So while they don't win the 51st Codfish Bowl, they do walk away with some positives and are going to be able to kind of retake. You see there, the final statistics are up there. To finish my point, they are going to be able to, not necessarily have to go to square one again and start from scratch, but be able to build on some things that they had in this game.
Now, Matt, 2 questions for you while we wait on Peter Belisle and our special guest up here in the booth. First off, Zach Andrews making 35 saves. What did you see that was a tremendous job by him? But also, Joey Ballmer made 41 saves. He's a very good goalie. We saw great work from Lockhurst yesterday pursuing Rockport. Was it Lockhurst playing better yesterday, or is it just the Beacons getting better chances today against Ballmer, maybe looking for some better looks than they had a day ago?
Yeah, without a doubt, both goaltenders were busy. Andrews deceptively busy. A lot of those shots coming late in the third period. He ended up having 14 shots on goal in the third period. His total, like you said, 37. But I think it's a combination of 2 things, Seth. I think Lockhurst played really well yesterday. He limited the amount of secondary opportunities that were generated. He was able to stop all the shots that were sent his way, but we saw a lot of perimeter play. Beacons couldn't really generate anything off the rush yesterday. The breakout was very below average in my opinion, and I think today you saw a team that was a little bit crisper, a little bit cleaner. They were able to generate a lot of opportunities off the rush, and you saw we were able to capitalize on a lot more opportunities as opposed to yesterday when those shots were coming to from the perimeter, and Lockhurst was able to see a lot of the shots that he was able to stop. But again, on top of that, 0 for 4 in the power play for Johnson & Wales is something that, from their perspective, I don't think we mentioned a little bit coming into the game how they had the propensity to score on those power plays. Beacons did a nice job maintaining that high penalty kill percentage up around. I'm sure it's going to be upwards of 93 at this point. So they've done a really nice job. But overall, a nice successful win for UMass.
And you have to love this after the parallels from last year. Great first half, coming out slow, being a little bit tired. Looking at Johnson & Wales' team that had a couple players back, you thought they might be fired up after yesterday's loss, a very close loss. We'll take a look right now at our 3 stars. The Beacons getting a great effort across the board, but the top 2 players really stood out both days. Matt Lemire had a couple chances yesterday he couldn't finish, but today he was much better, and Zach Andrews once again shutting down Johnson & Wales, a very solid performance.
Yeah, Andrews, the goaltender, coming in at the 3rd star. He had a deceptively busy day. He had a lot of shots that he had to stop and kept this virtually, should have only given up 1. That second one was just kind of a bad late goal that his defense kind of let him down on. He walks away with 35 saves. Matt Lemire, 2 goals, 2 assists. He was able to get that goal late, and Frankie DeAugustine, I think, is your player of the game. 2 goals, 1 assist. just did some really good things offensively. Both Lemire and DeAugustine were firing all cylinders, and the player that you don't see here is Larkin, the other component of that top line. They've really done well and picking up right where they left off from the first half of the season here in the second half.
You talk about Colin Larkin. He finished this one with a goal and 2 assists. All 3 of those players, Lemire's already over 20 points. Those other 2 players are almost at that point, just about a dozen games into the season, which is great because the Beacons only returned about 45% of their goal-scoring output. You lose Stephen Muko. You lose Peter McIntyre, 2 former All-Americans. You lose Nathan Milam, another Division I transfer. You lose Dan Cornell, a Division I transfer on the blue line. And yet the Beacons at this point in the season are in a better spot than they were last year, partially because of the fact that Norwich is down, but also because this Beacons team is showing that they have nearly as much depth as teams in the past. And right now, the Beacons are healthier than they were a year ago, with Albie Daly likely to return next week, and that's their entire starting lineup, with a lot of freshmen who have been seasoned just in case there is another potential injury coming forward.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the first half of the season, you mentioned a lot of those guys, the former players, the former transfers. Those guys are a thing of the past now. And obviously, the first half of the season, you kind of talk about guys that are going to fill those roles, but those roles have been filled. And if you talk to Coach Blau, those that know him, second half of the season, he says there are no freshmen. Everyone's considered an upperclassman now. You've kind of been around the ropes, guys that have been in the lineup especially. So you're going to expect players to maintain the level that they've been playing at, if not increase it to that next level. And you look at some guys that have been a little bit quiet so far in this Codfish Bowl that are going to need to step it up in order for this team to be successful throughout the season.
Well, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we anticipate having interviews with head coach Peter Belisle and an unknown Beacon. We'll finish off with looking ahead, and that'll do it for this broadcast. And then, of course, we'll have a video broadcast of game number 2 here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. So stick with us for just a few more moments, and then we'll have the conclusion of this one on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a sort of a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, and then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
My name is Allie Greenberg. I'm an ice hockey player here. I'm a junior majoring in human services, and I'm part of the Key for Hope Foundation. We recycle the keys and stock food pantries with the money. I wanted to bring this foundation to the athletic department, and I believe we can end hunger starting at UMass Boston. I got started with the Key for Hope Foundation due to my father. He's the one who founded this program.
I said, what can I do with a classroom environment giving back? And everybody's got an old key, and keys are made of brass, and brass is a recyclable commodity. And thinking about how many children are in a school system and how far we can go with taking this to do something right for humanity, I started a foundation called Key for Hope, feeding others with the collecting of keys. In 2.5 years, we collected over 500,000 keys. And I'm excited about this whole opportunity because you know what? One key may not seem like much to most people, but when you collect the masses of keys that we've collected, it shows that there is an ability for people to get together and create what I'm considering our hunger fighting opportunity.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
We're here live with Albie Daly, captain of the UMass Boston Beacons. And Albie, although you didn't walk away with a Codfish win this year, what were some of the things that you've done from a leadership standpoint in the first half to get to this point, to have such success?
Yeah, I just think, you know, on my end, especially this weekend, my message has been since I've been out, just to the guys, is just, we got to stay positive. We're going to go through ups and downs. You know, college hockey, there's a lot of those, especially on a weekend like this. Coming off Christmas break, not necessarily having our legs. Tough one yesterday, but you got to rebound. And no, from my end, being in the stands, it's going in there and just reminding guys, you know, kind of what the message is on our team. And it's hard working. It's using our ability. It's believing in our ability. And yeah, bouncing back today was huge for us, and that's kind of been the message all year. If something happens, we bounce back and we learn from it for sure.
Without a doubt. Now, you are the captain of this team, and obviously that honor has usually gone to mostly seniors in the past. What's it like been, you know, as a junior, having to lead this team that does have such a large senior class?
Yeah, it's never really been a challenge from my end, just because I've had a really good relationship with a lot of our seniors, and with Coach Belisle in particular. You know, it's a huge honor for me to represent this school as a captain. But my view on it is, with that big senior class, you know, it's a letter on my jersey, and I'm the voice between them and Coach. But in my opinion, we have 10 seniors, and those are 10 captains, and those are our seniors. I think they're the leaders of this team along with me, and without their support and their hard work and their effort day in and day out, you know, makes my job very, very difficult. And I've never really had an issue with that, so I'm thankful for that. And like I said, just huge honor for me.
Without a doubt. Now, obviously, we all know you suffered a pretty significant ankle injury earlier in the season. You've been working extremely hard to rehab. Can we expect you back in the coming weeks, and what has that rehab been like?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to jump all over saying I'm going to be back this time or that time. Don't really want to do that, but yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Just a really tough injury for me in terms of being an athlete, because it's nothing too painful, but it's something that's there and you feel it. So I will say I'm back on the ice now with the guys, and I participated in practice now. So you know, I don't think I'm too far out, but like I said, don't want to throw a game out there quite yet. And but yeah, it's coming really well, and I feel good. So I hope to be back as soon as possible. You know, I'll pray for this weekend, and if not, you know, in the very near future. So
absolutely. Well, we appreciate you doing the interview, Albie. Best of luck to you with the rest of the rehab. We'll wrap things up. We'll have the final interview with Coach Belisle here on the Beacons Broadcast Network after this.
on, Jake.
As usual, she wins it. A chance in front. Her shot is in the net. Crystal Layden. Yet another goal.
Please make a gift to the Beacon Athletic Fund today. We want you on our team.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
And welcome back to the Beacons Ice Arena, joined by head coach Peter Belisle. Coach, it was all about the bounce back. Last year you faced the hot goalie and you finished 1-1. It was a disappointing finish, 0-1-1 weekend after a 10-0 start. This year you had your bumps back in Thanksgiving weekend, come back 3-0, lost yesterday in a much closer game than last year's first round game. But then that second period, wow, all over the place right now. Second period, you guys get back out, 3 goals, your top line dominating. How important was it to win that second period to make this a little bit easier and have some confidence going back into conference play?
Yeah, no, it was huge. We talked about that before the game, about, let's have a good start. And I was really kind of upset after the first because we didn't have a good start again. We laid into the group as a staff quite a bit, and I was really glad to see them respond. I thought we were skating better, we were working harder. I think they outworked us in the first period, no question. But I thought our effort was better in the second. So I was happy with that.
We'll take a look right now at your freshman defensemen. We can talk about your first line all day long. They've been so impressive putting up points, but Garrett Gallagher is a guy who didn't get in the lineup right away, had a huge assist on that first goal, but also Brian Carter, Gabe Chukrin. This group has been so impressive, replacing a group of veteran defensemen. How much further have they come already to this point than maybe you expected them to be at this point of the year?
Yeah, no, very happy with them. Very happy. I mean, they're a good puck-moving group. I think when you look at Chukrin and Carter, they move the puck so well, and Gallagher's so big and strong, and they all skate very well, and I think that's really helped us. And they've really settled in. They really have. And that was definitely a big question mark in our mind and in everybody's mind, is that, can we have, let's half your decor, step up and keep us, where we want to be, and they've done that. And they really have, so very, very happy with those 3.
Coach, one last question. I don't mean to stir up the pot a little bit, but Zach Andrews, second start in the past 4 games, did a really nice job today as well against St. Michael's. Do you maybe look to him a little bit more in this second half because of how well he's playing? Billy Faust still looking pretty good, but just the way Andrews is playing, is he deserving of a little bit more playing time?
Yeah, he proved it today. We got a tough decision on our hands, and like I've always told you, we've got 2 number 1 goaltenders, and that's a wonderful thing to have on a team and for a coaching staff. So we're going to see what happens in practice this week.
Well, the Beacon's back in action next Friday and Saturday on the road. Thanks so much for your time, Coach. And that'll pretty much do it for our broadcast up here. We'll actually take a look right now at the production team who worked on this tremendous production, as you see right there. SUNY Brockport and Westfield State warming up. My name is Seth Dorensky. I was your producer and play-by-play guy. Carl Pawson and Elizabeth Glavin, the directors. Anthony Searles on Instant Replay. Matt Meisenbacher joined me as the color commentator. And our camera operator, Steve Consiglio, Josh Ruffin, Frank Johnson, and Brian Kaufman. Thanks so much for watching, folks. 37 minutes till the next game starts. We'll have that broadcast for you right around 3:50, 3:55. No audio, but we will have the full video and some graphics. Thanks so much for watching. UMass Boston 6, Johnson and Wales 2, right here on the Beacons Broadcast Network.
Well,
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is the greatest decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor, for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have a hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
My name's Allie Greenberg. I'm an ice hockey player here. I'm a junior, majoring in human services, and I'm part of the Key for Hope Foundation. We recycle the keys and stock food pantries with the money. I wanted to bring this foundation to the athletic department, and I believe we can end hunger starting at UMass Boston. I got started with the Key for Hope Foundation due to my father. He's the one who founded this program.
I said, what can I do with a classroom environment giving back? And everybody's got an old key, and keys are made of brass, and brass is a recyclable commodity. And thinking about how many children are in a school system and how far we can go with taking this to do something right for humanity, I started a foundation called Key for Hope, feeding others with the collecting of keys. In 2.5 years, we collected over 500,000 keys. And I'm excited about this whole opportunity because you know what? One key may not seem like much to most people, but when you collect the masses of keys that we've collected, it shows that there is an ability for people to get together and create what I'm considering our hunger fighting opportunity.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity, there's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy, I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy, I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
I'm Elizabeth Clavin, sophomore business management major from Edina, Minnesota. I love being a part of this volleyball team. Volleyball is what brought me to UMass Boston. I looked at our recruiting website one last time and saw UMass Boston on it, came out for a visit the next week, and it kind of hit all the boxes that I was looking for. In a good city, good academic school, good volleyball program, it had everything I wanted. Although it was far away from home, I knew this is where I wanted to be. Winning 6 back-to-back LEC titles is really a dynasty, I think, and Terry has really focused hard on recruiting and building this dynasty and continuing to build a program that can continue to win championships, and it's really lucky to be a part of something this great. Last year I was the Little East Conference Defensive Player of the Year, All-Conference second team, NCAA Regional MVP of the regional tournament, ABC All-Region Honorable Mention, and New England Women's Volleyball Association All-Rookie Team and Honorable Mention. I think my favorite game would have to be playing in the regional championship last year. We played against a really good Williams team, and I think that match, we started off a little shaky and lost the first set. We've lost in the whole playoff season, and I think that kind of shook us a little bit. We came back firing, and we're ready to go those next couple games. Our coaches are bringing in a lot of really strong girls who want to make a commitment and make an impact in this program, and I think that is why we're continuing to do well and will continue to do well for the next few years. Being a student here has been really awesome as well. I've recently started taking more of my business classes and found that's a good choice and a good fit for me. And eventually I hope to open my own business and kind of be successful and do what I love at the end of the day.
Hi, my name's Carl Joseph. I'm currently a criminal justice major. I'm a senior. I am from Brockton, Massachusetts. In basketball, I play small forward / power forward, and in track, I'm a high jumper. Basketball has always been my first love. The favorite part was probably our win over MIT. Like that was tremendous. I almost came to tears just from where the program has come from where I first came here to where we are now. It's just amazing, and I love it. Honestly, I was recruited for basketball. My high school coach actually emailed the track coach here, and she walked into the gym one day and it was just like, here, you, come talk to me. And I was on the track team. It really wasn't much of a choice. It was a great honor my freshman year, just being able to become an All-American, finishing 4th in my first ever national championship meet. It was quite the time of my life. My junior year, we received our LEC championship rings from our sophomore year. And coming into my freshman year at UMass, I was able to witness the volleyball team win their championship and the soccer team, and the only thing that I really wanted was a ring of my own.
Here's Joseph knifing through.
Funny thing is, I actually work here as well. I am one of the Zamboni drivers to our men's and women's hockey teams, and that's what I do for part-time. Being a student here at campus, I can honestly tell you, is quite different from anywhere else you could possibly go. Just the student body here is amazing. I mean, the teachers are amazing. All the teachers that I've had never hesitated to help me out in any way that they could have, from extra help to me going into their offices just to talk about what's going on in the classes and just keep me on track. What I want to do when I graduate, I want to go into the police force for a little bit and ultimately end up either working for the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of ICE. It's definitely possible to be a two-sport athlete here at UMass Boston. It's just going to take a little bit of hard work.
My name's Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor, just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals. ECAC East quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
Just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender Drost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience, I think, both for me and the guys on the team and the program as a whole. But we got to see the Red Sox locker room, which was an awesome experience, and just being at Fenway Park when you go to school in Boston is second to none, really, and that's what you look for, when you're trying to experience collegiate athletics, and it's a really cool thing to be a part of. Being a student athlete at UMass Boston is a tremendous honor, just because it gives you the chance to really focus on your studies in a great academic environment while pursuing what you want athletically. So it's a pretty powerful thing.
pitch, swung on and missed.
Kyle Strowski from Agawam, Massachusetts. I'm a senior here at UMass Boston. I'm a marketing major. Probably have to say my favorite moment was my no-hitter my freshman year. Being a freshman, especially just making a statement right away. Seeing the reactions on the seniors' faces, it was something that was a lot of fun to be a part of. If you want to play and you want to compete for championship every year, definitely UMass Boston is a good place to come look at.
And now, this one's launched, right center field. That's going to win the game for the Beacons. It is down.
LEC is probably best division in college D3 baseball in the country. Play against the top competition every year. I think we have a top 10 schedule in the country this year. So we're young, but we also mix in with a good group of junior college transfers. Being on the baseball team here at UMass is a good experience, great experience. Only about 2% of people can play college baseball, and one that I'll take for me for the rest of my life.
Kyle Fields fires the first great scoop from Jason Sholin.
Beacons on the track! Beacons on the track!
My name is Tyler Hart.
Beacons on the track!
Being on the track and field team here is great decisions I've made besides coming to UMass Boston. When you train together in that sort of intensity, you build a bond with people who are training with you. You know, it's like on a higher level of friendship. It's like teammates, it's just a different level. My freshman year, I got a Rookie Athlete of the Year. Outdoor for my sophomore year, I was the first time I went to nationals. When I jump, it's a little difficult considering I have hereditary disorder known as amblyopia.
There we go.
It's pretty much just a partial blindness in the left eye. The best way to describe it is if you have decent prescriptions for contact lenses, you take one of the lenses out, and then you put your hand over the eye with that lens. That's my vision. I rely more on my steps as opposed to my visual perception of how far away the bar is. And since I can't see out of my left eye, I have to sit on the far left-hand side of the class. Hopefully coach for a few years and coach some high school kids, maybe even coach on a college level as like an assistant coach, and go to PA school, and then do a 5-year program and try to get my loans paid back, and then go from there.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
The UMass Boston Beacons baseball team, who went 23-15 this year, and have consistently been a leader in their conference without having a home field to play on. That will change next season.
I am so happy and excited to join Boston College High School and your wonderful president to celebrate this symbol of our institution's friendship as well as our shared commitment to this special neighborhood. Not only are we thrilled to be building a new ballpark with our neighboring teams and for all of our neighboring teams, but we could not be happier to provide more space. It's not just for us, Father Monin. It's for the youth of Dorchester and South Boston to be able to play as well. So your field will be used by quite a few of us for so many wonderful things.
But my hope is that the sound of the bat, that's so irresistible to us at Fenway Park, will echo through this field and will call further together the academic communities of BC High and of UMB, but especially that it will call together the youthful neighborhood communities of boys and girls who are awaiting it so eagerly.
I can't wait to put those shovels in the ground. Thank you.
My name's Allie Greenberg. I'm an ice hockey player here. I'm a junior, majoring in human services, and I'm part of the Key for Hope Foundation. We recycle the keys and stock food pantries with the money. I wanted to bring this foundation to the athletic department, and I believe we can end hunger starting at UMass Boston. I got started with the Key for Hope Foundation due to my father. He's the one who founded this program.
I said, what can I do with a classroom environment giving back? And everybody's got an old key, and keys are made of brass, and brass is a recyclable commodity. And thinking about how many children are in a school system and how far we can go with taking this to do something right for humanity, I started a foundation called Key for Hope, feeding others with the collecting of keys. In 2.5 years, we collected over 500,000 keys. And I'm excited about this whole opportunity because you know what? One key may not seem like much to most people, but when you collect the masses of keys that we've collected, it shows that there is an ability for people to get together and create what I'm considering our hunger fighting opportunity.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity, there's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy, I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy, I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them. So it was really helpful getting to know people in your major right away.
So in health exercise sciences, we have an internship at the end, so it's so much better to have like an advisor helping you out, like telling you which classes to choose.
I'm Elizabeth Clavin, sophomore business management major from Edina, Minnesota. I love being a part of this volleyball team. Volleyball is what brought me to UMass Boston. I looked at our recruiting website one last time and saw UMass Boston on it, came out for a visit the next week, and it kind of hit all the boxes that I was looking for. In a good city, good academic school, good volleyball program, it had everything I wanted. Although it was far away from home, I knew this is where I wanted to be. Winning 6 back-to-back LEC titles is really a dynasty, I think, and Terry has really focused hard on recruiting and building this dynasty and continuing to build a program that can continue to win championships, and it's really lucky to be a part of something this great. Last year I was the Little East Conference Defensive Player of the Year, All-Conference second team, NCAA Regional MVP of the regional tournament, ABC All-Region Honorable Mention, and New England Women's Volleyball Association All-Rookie Team and Honorable Mention. I think my favorite game would have to be playing in the regional championship last year. We played against a really good Williams team, and I think that match, we started off a little shaky and lost the first set. We've lost in the whole playoff season, and I think that kind of shook us a little bit. We came back firing, and we're ready to go those next couple games. Our coaches are bringing in a lot of really strong girls who want to make a commitment and make an impact in this program, and I think that is why we're continuing to do well and will continue to do well for the next few years. Being a student here has been really awesome as well. I've recently started taking more of my business classes and found that's a good choice and a good fit for me. And eventually I hope to open my own business and kind of be successful and do what I love at the end of the day.
Hi, my name's Carl Joseph. I'm currently a criminal justice major. I'm a senior. I am from Brockton, Massachusetts. In basketball, I play small forward / power forward, and in track, I'm a high jumper. Basketball has always been my first love. The favorite part was probably our win over MIT. Like that was tremendous. I almost came to tears just from where the program has come from where I first came here to where we are now. It's just amazing, and I love it. Honestly, I was recruited for basketball. My high school coach actually emailed the track coach here, and she walked into the gym one day and it was just like, here, you, come talk to me. And I was on the track team. It really wasn't much of a choice. It was a great honor my freshman year, just being able to become an All-American, finishing 4th in my first ever national championship meet. It was quite the time of my life. My junior year, we received our LEC championship rings from our sophomore year. And coming into my freshman year at UMass, I was able to witness the volleyball team win their championship and the soccer team, and the only thing that I really wanted was a ring of my own.
Here's Joseph knifing through.
Funny thing is, I actually work here as well. I am one of the Zamboni drivers to our men's and women's hockey teams, and that's what I do for part-time. Being a student here at campus, I can honestly tell you, is quite different from anywhere else you could possibly go. Just the student body here is amazing. I mean, the teachers are amazing. All the teachers that I've had never hesitated to help me out in any way that they could have, from extra help to me going into their offices just to talk about what's going on in the classes and to keep me on track. What I want to do when I graduate, I want to go into the police force for a little bit and ultimately end up either working for the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of ICE. It's definitely possible to be a two-sport athlete here at UMass Boston. It's just going to take a little bit of hard work.
My name's Albie Daly. I'm from Able Park, New York. I'm a forward on the UMass Boston men's hockey team, and my current major is exercise and health sciences. Being a member of the men's hockey team is a tremendous honor, just because being able to play collegiate sport while pursuing my dreams of becoming a physical therapist and studying what I'd like to in school means a lot. My favorite memory as a member of the men's hockey team would probably be a big goal that I scored last year, the NCAA quarterfinals. ECAC's quarterfinals against University of New England.
What a turn in momentum!
just because it was a big boost for both myself and our team moving forward.
Perfect shot right there over the shoulder of the goaltender, Drost.
Frozen Fenway was just our outdoor game at Fenway Park, and it was a tremendous experience, I think both for me and the guys on the team, and the program as a whole. Well, we got to see the